Okay, folks, happy Sunday. And yeah, we're going to start off by talking about a couple of things that happened yesterday. I decided to go to the our local Hobby Lobby, and I bought more of this stuff as I'm almost out of this. Well, I got maybe half of a bottle, maybe more than half of a bottle, and of this raw umber, and I'm not really happy with it because it's really watery, and it's the first color that needs to get put down when I'm putting some of these things. And I wanted to see if they had it in folk art, and they have. I want to say the equivalent of it, so I want to test it and see exactly how different it is, one from each other. And some of these colors, I also noticed that when I went to the store, the sandstone and stuff, this it's not available anymore. Like they don't. It's not called the same color. So I'm gonna need to go to the store and take this with me. I wanted to see if it was available in folk art. I prefer this stuff, and this is only $1.19. I found it at a place that's only $1.19 for each one of these. So this is pretty good, pretty good deal. This is made by a company called Plaid, and so is this one. They're both. Is this one plaid or is the other one plaid? I'm getting these all mixed up. Deco art. Oh, there's another one of these that's cheapo that's plaid. So I wanted to see if these colors were available in folk art, and I noticed that these aren't available anymore. Or at least they're not called sandstone and the colors I used for the ground there, country tan. So I'm gonna have to go down there and see what exactly these translate into because I kind of like the shades we've been using for that for doing the basing and stuff and so forth. Okay, we done fighting with that? Okay, good. Let's go ahead and this piece, I'm just going to tear a little piece here, and it doesn't matter if this isn't a white background, but this is plenty sturdy. And I'm going to take some of this out and see how these two colors conform. That's the main thing is I wanted the darker one for the one that wasn't so translucent for the base color. So some of that, and then this one, which is super thick. They're pretty darn close. So I'm just going to go ahead and take. Oh, I left that in the left Elmer's on there. Shame on me. Let's use something that's a little bit more assertive. Yeah, see, this one's really. It's translucent. And it's not a you didn't mix it enough issue. And I don't want to come in and coat it several times. Because I don't do that with the other stuff. So there's no point showing something that's been coated twice when I don't do that myself. All right. And this is apple barrel, right? No, Americana. And then this one is folk art. And both of these are raw umber. Well, I don't know if they're that much different from each other. It is. This one's definitely thicker. Yeah, it's definitely thicker. I think this is going to be a fine replacement for it. Yeah, I like that color. I don't know how people could use enamels. I'm just so used to paint just having zero smell. You could probably eat this if you wanted to. I mean, if you were really hungry, I guess. All right. I'm going to set these guys off to the side. Wait for this to dry, although I'm pretty sure I know what the experiment results are going to be on that. That wasn't going to be first and foremost on my mind, so I went ahead and did that first. Might be slightly bit different. If they're slightly bit different, that works. So I'm calling this odds and ends because I'm probably going to be working on a bunch of different stuff this morning. We got the rest of these Germans complete. Which reminds me, where are my figures? Yeah, they're off somewhere, so I'm going to get these guys off the table. And I knew there was something. I had a pretty good session yesterday of working on stuff I had had for 30 years. So I'm like, well, let's keep that whole ball rolling. And I got a couple things that I'd like to work on here. We've got some, I know we've been talking about anti-tank guns a lot recently. And here is a pair of Matchbox Pack 40s that I'm sure all of you have or have had at some point. And then I got a Pack 38 here also, which the Pack 38 is 20, it looks almost as big, but I think I'm missing one of the trunnions. It'll turn up eventually. I thought it was in here. And here's an Eschi Pack 40 in 1/72nd scale. And I thought some of the parts were missing, but I guess maybe not enough of the parts were missing than I thought. And then, of course, a little Pack 36. Let's get all these anti-tank guns out, because these things are really useful for scenarios. I'm not even going to mess with this with a Pack 38 unless I can find the other leg. It's here somewhere. It's not here. It's here somewhere. Okay. And yeah, this, I guess I have another gun crew somewhere. It's got 3 guys. This guy's got no face. A faceless dude. Might still paint him up as the loading crew. Everybody's had these guys at some point or another. Oh, man. I just thought about something, but there's nobody here to enjoy it. I was going to say, this gun crew's like your mom. Everybody's had her at some point or other. Oh, shit. Wouldn't have any humor here if it wasn't for adolescent humor. And then the other thing that I wanted to do is take a look at this, because since we're developing stuff for scenarios, we got these Panther turrets of a couple different kinds. I got these relatively recently. This one goes here. Along with it, there's a couple Japanese vehicles. I'm not going to worry about those right now. Oh. Yeah, I picked these up at the last show. Is this a broken piece off of it, or not necessarily? Here's the lid for that. Yeah, this is a, I got another Chiha here. I'm sorry, not a Chiha, Hago. Another Hago. This one's actually better condition than the other one. A better casting than the other one. And this is, I think, a Honu or a Honi or something like that. Why are you so horny? I hope that's the name of it. That would be funny. And this sits in here like so. That's a really late war vehicle. So probably if you're doing something like in the Philippines or something, in 44 Philippines. Let's make sure that all chat's on. Or live chat, as I like to call it. And I'm going to go ahead and pull my phone up here and make sure that we have that constant feed. So if it drops, I'll hopefully notice it. Let's see if I do this correctly. I don't know why I find it so difficult to go into incognito. I really don't use it much, that's why. There it is. New incognito tab. Continue. Okay. Yeah, so whatever the heck this is, Honu, Honi, something like that. Might be something for the Philippines in 1944. Or something like that. Is this the label for this silly ass thing? It doesn't say what it is. Okay. Well, I picked this for $1. So I'm like, I think I'm going to get $1 worth of enjoyment out of it. And another Hago, also for $1. And these were also $1 as well. So let's take a look at these Panther turrets. Oh, I guess I got them backwards. This one's made by Leva, Russian manufacturer. I'm going to guess that this one goes here, since it's white metal. And then this one, since it's not white metal, and it's missing a piece, chipped. Oh well, it was a near miss. I believe it's like this. So we're gonna probably have to put some camouflage on it or something like that to cover that. This is how I got it. The double-barreled periscope, I believe, is on this side. And I believe that's the earlier tanks had the double. Later in the war, they had just a single. Yeah, none of these have it. So let's see. Where's my D's? I think the D's are the ones that have it. Yeah. Yeah, the front of the D it's the double periscope on the right hand side. Or really on the left hand side of the turret. Like so. Oh. And we're missing a barrel. Oh shit, did it break? And that's what's in there? No, it's totally fixable. Or did it come that way? I didn't notice it. Let's pull everything out of here. And now put it back. Nothing left? Okay. It's not that. It's not that. Huh, I guess I don't have anything. Oh, well, how the hell did that happen? All right, we'll have to glue that together. Okay, so one of you guys was telling me, probably Jeffrey, and I hadn't looked at it, I just got these things. One of them was more for Berlin and one of them was more for Italy. I believe this is Italy one, this is the Berlin one. Doesn't matter, I'll paint them both. This one has a camouflage netting on there, it's pretty nice. Turn, damn it. All right, so we're going to glue these. The only thing I can't deal with is a barrel that's burnt, that's turned up made of resin. I don't want to get into boiling those things and the repercussions of that. Hey, Marcus. Good morning. I figured it was you or Jeffrey. Both of you guys have the icon where it's just mostly flesh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you guys are late. You missed my humor. I was looking at the Airfix Pack 40s. I pulled these guys out here, and the gun crew's here. Wherever I put them at. And it's your turn to watch me. Oh, here they are. The gun crew that everybody's had. These guys are like your mom. Everybody's had these guys. These Airfix shitty gun crew type guys. They'll work. So let's clean this up because we are going to attempt to paint this. Especially when I did the terrain yesterday and I was really happy with how it turned out. Having those things for 30 years was a little extreme. Right. So, we need an X-Acto knife. Sorry, I haven't really woken up yet. And I didn't go to bed that late, but we did have movie night. And it did involve... I didn't even drink enough for it to consider drinking. Do they have camo smocks? No, they have a split in the back. No, they don't have camo smocks. The problem is that their helmets look like they're camouflage. This guy doesn't even have a face. Remember the guy from, is it Empire Strikes Back or Return of the Jedi? The guys that were the black figures in the Death Star that were like the control guys, and they almost had like a Splinter Cell type vision thing. That's what this guy looks like. It looks like he's got a little Splinter Cell type thing going on, and he has nothing here. Like it's either barren or it's like that's what it reminds me of. It looks like those guys from the Death Star. And then this guy that's he has kind of a nose. Freaking helmets with a camouflage covers. I don't know that this guy's actually good. Of course, he's got a sucking chest wound. You ever know what a sucking chest wound looks like? It's this guy. So we'll have to fill that in. And I have another one of them because I got two of them here, so they're off somewhere else. And then here's the Eschi one that's in pieces. I don't know if that's salvageable. And I got a Pack 40, probably from FAA, but it's only got one of the trailing things. So I'm not going to mess with it right now. It's somewhere. I don't lose things. I just misplace them. Your favorite is a prone guy. Well, I don't think that shell's the right size. It's missing a bit of the brass behind it, but that doesn't mean he's not usable. Interesting thing, the deep dive that I talked about yesterday, or not yesterday, but a couple days ago, on the Pac 40. The Pac 40 is a 46 caliber gun. The gun that was in the original, the F2, and the early Gs was an L43, so it's a little shorter. And the one that ends up being in the late Gs, the H's and the J's is an L48. So it's the longest of them. But those first two was this gun specifically made for the tanks. So it's the same, but it's not the same. This one actually penetrates more. The ammunition, the one in the tanks had a smaller brass case so they could carry more ammo. Stuff I didn't know. I just figured it was the same version. If anything, this was weaker than the one in the H's and the J's because it's 2 calibers shorter. But this apparently is more powerful than the one in the... I mean, ever so slightly. I didn't know where that was going to come back. Ever so slightly more powerful because the ammunition had more oomph behind it. So, find out something interesting that I didn't know. I'm always going to find out stuff I didn't know, but the question is it interesting? Not always the case. Sometimes there's a reason I don't know something. I'm not interested in it. Where is the X-Acto knife that was up here? I feel like I cleaned this up yesterday, and it's like you push things off to the side, and eventually the sides come and they're all up in you. Here, fall down here. All right, let's do a little bit of cleanup. Let's push everything over here. And we're going to start with this. And this has a slight bend to it. I'm not going to put this in boiling water. Actually, it doesn't need it. It like bent back. Let's use the top of the X-Acto knife. I picked this up for $1, literally, at the flea market. I think that was a good buy. This has a little bit of extra right there. Yeah, unfortunately, this part that's messed up is at the top, but we'll be able to make that work. Yeah, the shell holes and bunkers I did, I mean, I had those for every bit of 30 years. So it was nice knocking those things out. I don't know what this is made out of. Maybe resin, but it's awfully brittle, but it's bendy at the same time. It's weird. It's Russian. There's no telling what it's made out of. Seems like it's terrain weekend. I missed the live session, but saw the foxholes you did. Oh, did you miss the conversation I had about the dead space around the tank? That's what I started with. I was hoping you'd be on. I figured you'd find that interesting. The Sherman is the winner in that category. It has a depression of 25 degrees. So it's like 4 meters is the only distance it can't shoot around itself. And the German tanks are like 10 to 14. You know, I thought was really interesting. Now, I wonder how clean of a break this is, because, man, this looks really clean. I wouldn't be able to do this at all without glasses on. I mean, with glasses on or with contacts on. Okay, that's like that. We're going to have to use epoxy to glue this on here. It looks like there's a little bit of a tiny burr piece. There we go. Okay, see if we can get all the epoxy stuff together. That goes with this one. Yeah, Leva, 1994. Actually, it doesn't say 1994. It just says 94. I'm going to assume that it is 1994 and not 1894. And then this, want to make sure we have the periscope in the right direction. We're going to have to look at some footage of that. Turns out 75L24 on the Panzer IV canister till 42 before being replaced with HE. Yeah, but it's still not going to be able to hit the ground. I guess canister doesn't need to hit the ground. It's just a big shotgun thing. So, looking at that stuff where, the British tended to use more solid shot, the Germans had some HE in it, in the shot, which basically meant that they would get a little bit less penetration, but if it did penetrate, it would do mondo damage. And I was looking at a couple different shells, and the AP round, the armor-piercing round for the short 75 L24 that's in the Panzer IVs, if it penetrated, it had a shit ton of HE in it. So the AP round still had a lot of HE in that particular 75. So if you get penetrated by that 75 millimeter, and I'm sure that's not taken into effect in the game, I'm not so worried about that at this point being reflected, but we got to get the HE burst radius for the 76 smaller. And I don't know how the game handles it. It probably misses it, because that's kind of a niche type thing. But you can't read anything about the 76 millimeter Sherman and not talk about how the HE round isn't as effective. It's brought up every single time in every single book. So if that's not covered in the rules, then we're going to do something like it's going to be the next burst diameter smaller for the 76 that would normally be. Maybe as effective as like the 50 millimeter German HE or something like that. Because that's probably a step down. I don't think there's any intermediate steps between those. That's going to be my guess. But we'll take a look at it. All right, this needs the barrel drilled out. So we should have a pin vise that's active. I really need to ditch this and just get a little case that I come out and grab. I can't grab some of these things. They're like, there's 4 things in the way of something else. It's pretty organized, but the problem is the things that are longer are the ones you have to get to first, and that's usually not the ones you need. Here's the pin vise. Okay, here's all the drill bits. All right, put that back. Would create a decent beaten zone. Yeah. Yeah, it'd probably be something like that. I don't know if it should carry over from turn to turn. It'd probably disappear immediately. But you'd probably catch lots of people. But you got to have that round loaded up first. You got to expect yourself. So is that something that you do? You load a round that you shouldn't be having in the first place you would only use to get yourself in trouble, and then you get yourself in trouble just so you can use it. Man, we'll load this round in the chamber in case we get in any trouble that we shouldn't be into, but since we have this round in the chamber now, we'll go ahead and get ourselves into that trouble we just talked about that we shouldn't be into. Playing with fire. This one already has a divot in the center, so that's nice. Let's go up one, now that we've got that situated. There we go. I have found one of the little magnets. It's here stuck to this. It could stay there. Like a parasite. Another problem with white metal. I've got this tightened as much as I can do it, and it's still binding here. Come on, you can do it. Now I can't tell if this is actually has a ridge on there, or it's just a line left over when I sanded it. That's why plastic is just so much easier to work with. Good morning, Ben. How's it going, man? I feel that ridge. See, if this was plastic, I'd just sand it with sandpaper, but that doesn't really, I don't really want to bring out the file. I'm not, I was going to say I was going to make a big mess, but you still have one of the old Bologna vac form bases for a tank turret pillbox. Use it with an old Matchbox Panther and T-34 turret as appropriate. Bologna. Good morning, Jeffrey. I mentioned you earlier. You were the one that was telling me about these Panther turrets, weren't you? I didn't know anything about them. I got them at the last convention. I don't want to do it now. It's probably like practical for the stuff I'm going to do because, you know, knock out the turret. A turret too far, or what have you. see how this hatch goes. Actually, after we had that conversation about it, I guess maybe a year ago, 6 months ago, something like that, I was surprised how much information there actually was on these Panther turrets. Like that's just like a side gig that I didn't know anything about. I like that they're both different. Okay, that's what we have this. That's what we have this thing for. Yeah, here's the one in Berlin. With a shitload of ammo casings on there. That's a D turret. I don't think either one of these two are, at least initially, a D turret, because they don't have that tiny hatch there on the bottom. Yeah, they actually have a freaking YouTube video on that stuff. I had no idea that. Yeah, here's one. It's knocked out. This is definitely a G with the early cupola. But neither one of these two have a cupola on them. Not that it needs it. Panther turret bunker top images. Okay, this one has a cupola, so that's not important. Oh, here's some with the. This is a P40. That's what it looks like. That Italian tank, a P40. How do you know that? Because I'm a tank nerd burglar. That's why. This would be like concrete colored, okay? Well, this is a waste. A Panzer II turret done that way? These all have cupolas. This one doesn't have it. All right, so this hatch. All right. So this looks like the inside of the periscope. This is the outside. Okay, cool. And what's throwing me off is there's this. Oh, it probably has this little lip. So if you want to put this open like this, you can. Well, I'm not putting somebody sticking out of it. My default is going to be closed. So I'm going to glue this thing down. We're going to take this little tab off because it won't close otherwise. And then we're going to put this in with this periscope facing forward. So that's how that one's going to be. I actually like all this camouflage netting and stuff. It's pretty nice. And you can make some of that with gauze. I just haven't gone. I don't need to do that yet. I don't need to dilute my efforts even more. Okay, so this is ready to epoxy. Because I want to do, now that I've done the terrain stuff, I want to build those sooner rather than later. Now let's look at these Pack 40s from good old Matchbox. And this is how I'm going to do. It probably makes some people's heads spin. that I mount vehicles, but then these anti-tank guns aren't going to be mounted. They're going to be just like this. That's how they're going to be. And you know, the crew members will be, let's say these were crew members, they're going to be mounted on pennies. Being moved around and stuff like that. Oh my God, I can't believe you're going to do that. I said, well, I don't want this big base that's going to end up being on another base that other little bases are on top of. Right? Because if this is on a base like this, right? And then you have your crew. The crew has to be on bases. You know, then you got a base on top of a base. It's awkwardly weird. And there's just a lot of stuff out here to decorate with trees and with grass and stuff. And these are going to be loose. All my AT guns. And here's this. Let's see if this guy's salvageable at all. This is an Eschi. Eschi pack 36. I don't know why I just can't extend that wider than that. I put this on backwards. Is that what the issue is? It's on backwards? That is possible. I think that's what the issue is. This needs to be like this, not like this. I built this a long time ago. A long time. Did I mention it was a long time ago? It was a long time ago. In the 80s, probably. Now, let's have gravity work towards us, with us. If I'm going to remove something, I'm going to remove the top. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to be right back. I'll bring something here. And I'm not sure why this was out in the garage, but this Pack 36 set, I think it comes with 3 or 4 of these things, 4 cannons. The only bad thing about it is it comes with the Africa Corps crew. The good thing about it is it comes with an Africa Corps crew. So, we're going to retire this. I don't need to be fooling with that. And I got one of these I built somewhere, but I don't know where it is. And I'm not going to go looking for it now. Yeah, this is pretty basic looking. Here's the other Pack 40. I've already drilled the barrel out on these. This one has this piece on it broken and this wheel moving, and yeah, that's a problem. I always hate it. This is what I hate about Eschi stuff, is their stuff is so delicate. It's real easy to break when when you're not paying attention to this shit, and it's just very. That might make a good wrecked gun. All right. And this is soft plastic. And what I mean by soft plastic, it's really soft plastic. Oh, this was the little piece that was already broken on it. I didn't cut that out. Great. All right. I'm not going to fool with that right now. All right, this is the piece. It's almost like a little... So you don't get hit by a shell on the side of the head. Shell casing or something. I want to paint 2 of these up in gray. But I have to use... Actually, the figures don't look bad. They just have Africa Core. They just have shorts on. Actually, 2 of the figures you could probably use for Europe. I don't mind them having Africa Core stuff on there. We're not there right now. We're out of Africa. Okay. That's the parts for 1. Ooh, this barrel benty. I would not buy these again, though. They're way too soft. And you have that little charge, the little hollow charge grenade thing on there. And I actually have something now that I didn't used to have. And that's a hot glue gun. So I might use hot glue to put this thing together. Or maybe not. We'll see how it works with epoxy. Not a fan of epoxy. Those are good to go. This... Oh, maybe I had it on backwards. That's probably what I had. No wonder it wouldn't fit on there. Okay. That's good to go. We need a little bit of... I have another gun crew around there somewhere. They're probably with all the plastic figures. Let's get a fresh one. Could use Africa Core figures for summer for the Caucasus. I could, or I'm going to use them for Africa Core. Because I am going to do that stuff eventually, but... Yeah, in the Caucasus in 1942, that gun's in trouble. That gun's in trouble. Real trouble. I'm probably going to paint them like Africa Corps. But that's a slippery slope. I wish you could just scrape this stuff off, but you can't. I guess if I had a microscope, I can see exactly what's going on. But when you scrape it, it turns hairy. People out there making engine sounds. Hey, this is the country. You better not be doing stuff like that. We'll shoot you. Yesterday, in the middle of the day, the people next door were mowing. I don't know why people wait until noon to mow. Like it is dreadfully hot. Like, wake up early and mow. So I didn't get a chance to do an afternoon show and had I done one, there would have been noise in the background. Which is kind of annoying because these houses are pretty far away from each other. But still. You mix in a little field gray with your Africa Corps. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I'm more excited about doing the British than the Africa Corps. The Africa Corps are overrated. Well, I've already showed you what I'm going to do with their vehicles. My Africa Corps is going to be gray vehicles that are just sandy. I'm not going to paint them in a yellow type color. So I'm going to do the early stuff. Oh boy, this is really bendy. The only reason I got these is they had them at Noble Knight. I could use them as my credit. Can't really recommend this. Not because the detail's bad, but it's just difficult to work with. That actually wasn't too bad. But if we're going to fire up the airbrush to prime this stuff, might as well prime more than just one thing. Oh, I could probably just hand paint this stuff. Hand prime. And I actually have already washed these. I don't know if that's going to make that much of a difference, but if there's something that's going to have some kind of a difficult for the paint to stick to, it's going to be these things. I don't know why they never took the 50mm cannon in the Panzer IIIs and turned it into an anti-tank gun. You know, the L-42. What they like to call the short 42. Well, it's not a short 42. If the 50L42 is a short 50, I'm sorry, a short 50. If a 50L42 is a short 50, then the Sherman 75 is a short 75 because the Sherman's is only a 40 caliber, I think. And I don't consider the Sherman's gun, and I don't think anybody would consider the Sherman's gun a short gun. Short guns, you got to start getting into like the 20 something caliber and less. Anybody glued this stuff together with hot glue? What was the Pack 38? 50L60. A 60 caliber weapon is definitely in the long category. I don't know what caliber the 6-pounder is, but it's some outrageous caliber. It's a 6-pounder is actually a really long weapon, you know, for what it is. Now, you look at it on the Crusader and like, oh, that's not that long. Well, the problem is due to the counterbalance, so much of it was inside the turret of the Crusader, and that actually got rid of another crew member. The Crusader 3 only has 2 people in the turret instead of 3. And that's because the 6-pounder took up so much space inside the turret. So the commander ended up being this bloody loader, which is unusual. I found that out last year. I'm like, well, that's odd. No, it was just so long a weapon. Doesn't look like it in the Crusader because so much of it is stuffed inside the turret. You know, so much of the length is stuffed inside the turret. It doesn't overhang that much. It's like the U.S. one's 53 caliber, 57L53. So I would imagine a 6-pounder is similar. That was a really good weapon. I wouldn't know about those calibers of weapons that if it hadn't been for playing Command Decision, because he did he used real terminology for all the weapons. So that's my preference. Is you get to learn real things, not just that's a Class A penetration. What the hell does that mean? What exactly does that mean? That will leave it how it is. If the end of the barrel is just a little bit bent, well, the end of the barrel is just a little bit bent. See that, or you won't be left with one. Well, we finally got around to seeing Goldeneye last night, and I was really surprised how way, way over the top some of the stunts were. Like way over the top. I wasn't expecting that. Probably more than any other movie I'd seen, or other Bond movie I'd seen. That scene where he jumps off the motorcycle, like the plane goes over the edge and he hops on the motorcycle and go chases the plane down, and then somehow, like when he's diving, catches up to the plane and climbs inside. It's just like, wow, that's too much. That encourages people to do stuff like that in real life. That's dangerous. Those are crazy stunts. That move was before all the crazy CGI today in today's film world. Yep. Yeah, I would have expected less craziness. That's probably the craziest stunt I've seen. Big stunt, like I'm not a science guy, but I don't think things work that way. You'd have to be traveling faster than the plane, right? By like a long shot, and like somehow be able to keep that momentum up. It's just a movie, I know. Well, they didn't need to show that to show that he was, he made good his escape, or what have you. So now we just have Quantum of Solace to see, and we've seen them all. A movie that universally everyone has told me is bad. That's okay. Knowing something's bad's, helpful. You don't have any great expectations. Like, go ahead and watch it when your day is already ruined. And then these guys that are going to need some TLC to the max. Would be nice to do these old figures and make them shine like a mother, wouldn't it? Yeah, if anybody could do that, I could do it. We got 3 pennies. Eins, zwei. Come on, one more. Try. Now let's get this old thing. Let's go ahead and dull out this X-Acto knife that I just replaced. These guys will have names. And then, of course, actually, I don't need a third one for him. He's laying down. He'll get a little wooden one. Right, now, these guys we can scrape, because these guys are hard as nails plastic. What was that all about? There's nothing moving over there. We'll have to paint a face on this guy, even though it doesn't have one. Faceless entity. Talk about zero equipment on them now. They don't have anything. Now, they got a rifle or a pistol or something that's not shown on the figure. Could always replace the head with something else. That's a thought, actually. Any of the Airfix heads would be an improvement of the soldiers. Actually, this guy's not bad. I guess technically this would be the gunner. And then your favorite guy laying down on the job. Let's get a little piece of wood for him. What of this stuff do we need epoxy for that super glue won't work with? This, and probably the barrel. Do we even need super glue other than to glue these guys down? I'll glue the figures down on their stands with super glue. Well, you got these guys. See, he'd fit like here. Something like that. They're just represented kind of where they can be behind the gun shield. Even though they can't physically fit behind the gun shield, they can all be behind the gun shield. Sometimes you have to, even this is what you see is what you get. There's always still a little, some parameters you need to consider. I believe the inside of this fits like so. And the barrel fits inside of here. No, except this is towards the front. There we go. It's like that. And then we have a tire here. And a tire here. Should I try a hot glue gun, or am I just going to get frustrated? Cute little thing. It's actually not very attractive anti-tank gun. It's basically the gun shield. The gun shield's just not very attractive. Oh, and of course we need to this. How silly of me. Make sure everything fits in place. what looks like the very first thing I'm going to need to do before I start gluing all these other pieces. And I'm going to use epoxy. Like the trunnions and stuff like this, the legs, I'm actually going to put them in, get them about whatever size I want, and then epoxy from the other side to hold it in place. Still going to have to be careful with this thing any time you cut it, but you know, this has zero flex in it at all. So, all right, let's get a corner here. Put my glasses on so I can find myself. We had a lot of people on yesterday. I was surprised, but no talkers. Very little conversation, which, you know, is fine. I was just concerned that I was even connected. See, where's that other needle I have here? There it is. And then, of course, we're going to need the modeling on rainy summer day. Brings me back. You must have all our rain. We went from raining every day to, again, not raining again. Floods followed by droughts. All right. Nothing works as good for applying epoxy than a needle. Just, it's reusable. I mean, it's reusable until you lose it. Where did I put it? It's here somewhere. I don't know. I guess get another one. I got plenty of needles. It's not like I'm going to put spears on. I'm going to put pikes on my Macedonians anytime soon. Marcus, were you here when I was doing Ancients and Medievals? I can't remember. I bet some World War II people were on here. We're like, man, I hate this Ancients and Medieval. Well, now the people that do Ancients and Medieval know what the hell they feel like, because the tables have turned. The tables have turned. And I have no regrets about that either. Okay, I would rather work on these when this is a little bit harder. So let's do this stuff first. First of all, this panther turret. Now, started on World War II. We had the tail end of Debbie last weekend. You're welcome to have rain back. We didn't have too much rain. Yeah, that should be called the 45-mile-an-hour storm. It stayed at 45 miles an hour for a long time. It crossed Florida and never dropped to less than 45. And then I think it picked up a little bit of speed when it hit the coast again. It was going that same speed again. I think I'm going to need to put a little bit more of this on here. Fit on this isn't great. All right, we're definitely going to need Stickum. There's no doubt about it. We're going to need that. So let me grab that. I'd rather have to remix epoxy than not have to stick them ready. Did a video and went through all your old stuff, and that's how YouTube found me. So I've been watching from right after you painted your first BP models. Okay. Well, there you go. If it wasn't for that, you wouldn't have any fun mornings. It'd be just wake up and have breakfast, make breakfast. This one needs to dry a little bit more. We got to switch to this. This is the man. This Joker's heavy, like really heavy. Like I said, if I have to mix more of this stuff, I have to mix more of this stuff. But Snapdragon. I left this little piece there. Well, it's been more fun for sure. Let's just say that my wife and daughter now know your voice. Hey, whatever works for you. What's weird is I know my voice. That took a little while getting used to, and then you're like, oh, okay, well, I know what I sound like now. Hey, just remember when you feel like, man, I gotta connect and watch Tony. Why are you doing that? I said it keeps me from being an alcoholic. So yeah, see, it got too sticky. No worries. We'll make more. We'll make more right now. Okay. Well, these two, that just needs to be painted. These we need to, we can glue the inside of these down while we're waiting for this to harden up enough. We don't need that much, so let's just make a smaller batch of it. that's hardening it up. Whee! These guys are ready to roll. One of these isn't glued in place, and it's not that one. It's this one, but you know what? I'm going to leave this thing be. And we're going to dribble this in from the back side. Don't go there. Don't need a whole lot. There we go. And just for good measure, we'll do the same with that one. I used to hate this glue when I was a kid. This type of glue. You're impatient when you're a kid. I want to play with it now, or whatever. All right, the very first thing I need to do is I need to glue that silly little. And if I'm unhappy with this, and I hate how this turns out, well, then I just won't build them, But I have my doubts whether these will work out. Let's pull this stuff off. All right, go get a soda. Be right back. Get a little more time to harden up. And if I got to do 2 other mixes or 3 to get this done, then that's what it's going to take. When it becomes a problem is when your wife and daughter want to hear me instead of you. Then you got a problem on your hands. All right, let's get all of this off that we can. So we just have some on the very little tip. We don't need a whole bunch of this. People are really averse to when I recommend, hey, what glue to use? And I say epoxy. I'm like, oh, I can't use that. Why? I think it works really well. I didn't when I was a kid. I hated epoxy when I was a kid. Didn't work worth the damn. Or if you had to do one of the, or if you had to use one of those that had the syringe, that's just a mess to deal with. I'm really bad about my water consumption on the weekend. I think yesterday I didn't have a single glass of water, maybe one. Now on the weekdays I go work, I'll go through 14 glasses of water. I have access to too many other things on a weekend. Okay. What else can we put together? Well, this and this needs to be glued together. Let's see if I can get that to stick. We actually had something strange to happen last week. We had a water boil advisory. I guess they were doing construction work and there was a risk of something getting contaminated. I don't think anything would have happened to you other than, weight loss plan consisting of diarrhea or something like that. But you don't know how much you need water until, and you still could bathe in it and wash dishes in the dishwasher. And you still could drink it if you freaking felt like it, Let's pull this center part out. Now this should be somewhat connected. All right, so let's go ahead and do it again. Let's go ahead and mix another batch. Then you will have to cook breakfast. At least we make the bacon the same way. Oh, yes! Yes! You, Mitch, and I. There's 3 of us. That's it. That's right. Yeah, almost everybody I know likes their freaking red meat like raw, and their bacon like burnt, like thrown in a volcano. And I'm the opposite. It's a taste issue. I don't like the taste freaking irony blood shit. And bacon is like butter. If you cook it too long, it tastes weird. You know what I mean? Like butter, when you like put it on the pan, it just tastes weird, man. I have to cook breakfast. No, I don't cook. I don't cook. It's too much trouble, man. I do laundry. I don't cook. I have no problem doing laundry. I did laundry when I lived alone. Like, it's either that or you don't wear any clothes. Like, no men in my family ever cooked. Sorry, it's genetic. We're artsy. I already have one hobby that takes forever. I lived alone 11 years. I don't think I cooked one time. I mean, I made like rice or something like that. That's not really cooking. Is using a toaster for bread cooking? No, it's not. I cook more than Rick, but that doesn't mean anything. And you would think, as someone who doesn't cook and has never cooked, I wouldn't appreciate like busy food, and I do. I'm a foodie. I just, it's a pain. And it's expensive. If you're gonna just go out to eat, it's like, like steak. I don't see any point in having steak at home. No point. It's too expensive. It's like super expensive, and it's not even cooked yet. And what if you mess it up? I cook my own breakfast right now. Cottage cheese, blueberries, and a banana. I cooked that all myself. I'd be eating that anyways, even if I had somebody to make it for me. All right, let's see if this is going to work. I don't have a lot at stake here. If it doesn't work, I'm okay with it, But I have a lot more confidence in epoxy than just about anything else. If you can't stay glued with epoxy, it's pretty much a shit show. It's just not going to work. I say let's continue doing the same parts together. So we got those 2 happy little wheels. Let's put these 2 happy little wheels on here. Your wife is a great cook, and she's taught me a bunch. Now she has a job at a bakery. I'm the main family cook. Yeah, she brings bread and stuff home frequently. That's a problem. I don't need to eat any more bread. And what I've really started trying not to eat is rice. Because rice just messes me up. And what I mean by messes me up is it gives me extra hunger when I shouldn't have any. You know, you eat rice, then you're full. Then a little while later, it's like a false full. Let's see if I can. Let's see if I can get away with this. We're gonna do these, the tails, of these first, legs, whatever you want to call them. I think this. I think this. I think these will work. But you do have to be careful with them. But you got to be careful with everything, anyways. It is weird that they're bendy. Almost like, are these like Atlantic figures? Remember those bendy ass Atlantic figures? I remember I liked their box art when I was a kid. There was this store that there was this horror. No, there was this store that had a bunch of Atlantic stuff, and I actually don't mind the art on their boxes. But then you get their figures, and they're like trying to cover all the countries at once. Like, what are these guys? Well, they're like European, French, German, British guys. Like, no, you have to pick a team. Did I do these backwards? Yes. Okay. I don't know that it makes a big difference to anybody other than me, because they're not that discernibly different. But all right, now do we have enough? I think so. Let's drop one in there. Drop one in there. Man, I gotta see what I'm doing here. And then we need something to push into the top. Okay, so if I did this again, I would wait to put the wheels on, because I need some resistance underneath this to push this down into it. Let me get my finger underneath here and provide some, there we go. Provide some resistance. That's what we need to do. Let's get underneath it. And this is squishing out. I think these are really difficult to deal with unless you've got some extreme patience. You know, when I find myself challenged by stuff, I'm like, after I'm done, I'm like, man, there's some pissed off people with this thing. Because I got more patience than most people when it comes to this stuff. Now you can have a 234 run one of these over and it'll bounce back. You can just turn it around. It's kind of like those rubber dummy tanks that they had at D-Day. Okay, we're going to have to do some kind of camouflage netting here or something like this on the corner. And same thing on the barrel. It's not a big deal. I wanted to make sure that we had that put together. God, this somebody comes in the house, I'm going to throw this at them. Oh, backwards, right? Yeah, that's good. Because this is the one that has the camouflage netting. That's the upside. Lots of great bread. Yeah. We don't need any more bread. This is all bread. Or bread type things. This isn't beer. People are like, oh, I gotta cut down my beer. I can't cut down on my alcohol consumption. I basically don't have any. I basically never drink. You know, which is good. I got a healthy liver, but all right. Yeah, I don't know where the legs to the Pack 38 are. And the Pack 38's a problem because I'm gonna paint it gray, the Pack 38. I feel like I'm gonna make one of these gray and one of them not gray. So now the question is do I want to fire up the airbrush to paint this stuff or hand paint it? And on one hand, I want to do one thing. On another hand, I want to do something else. So I definitely want to do the Panther turrets. I don't want to not airbrush these. These definitely have to be airbrushed. They're just too bouncy, and they're both gray. These two will both be gray. And I got some Drew's Militia, actually, anti-tank gun crew guys that actually look pretty cool. And they're all going to be, you know, I don't mind using these guys for this gun. It doesn't matter. They're going to float around. They're going to float around. If I'm going to fire up the black airbrush, then we're going to airbrush some other shit too while we're at it. Let me get a little bin going. Let me get a little bin going of stuff that we're going to take out to the airbrush station. I don't know what the hell I got in what came in here. Probably some gift basket or something like that many years ago, but this should work fine. Stuff to prime black. The figures stay here. We don't need airbrush figures. That's ridiculous. These little bouncy bastards. I think they'll be okay. I think they'll be all right. I mean, I either paint them and they work out, or I don't, and you know, toss them. All right. What else do we have here that? This guy got another Sherman. I picked this one up from a friend of mine, another one of these Corgi 76s. That could be painted black. I'm going to glue the gun in place. I'm not going to tear it apart. I try to like not have to go find the screwdriver and just rip it out of the packaging and rip part of the plastic at the bottom of it off. Like, wow, that's awfully brittle. I'm wondering if I don't want to tear this apart. Pulling these rivets out is like the most dangerous thing I've ever done in my hobby. I don't want to do it again, actually. It's like I'm going to risky of losing a finger. There we go. That actually is better. That's much better. Okay. Oh, and then we still have a little notch back here that we can push it out and get the turret out if we need to. Okay, cool. Yeah, that worked. Okay, so we're going to glue that in place, and then that can go get sprayed black. Because we still have a few Shermans to do. Oh, there's all my pennies. the land of started things here. German half-tracking. The Sherman Crab by... Here's the other pack. Look at that. I just needed to look around some more. I just needed to look around some more. Couple KV2 turrets. Here's the guy with flowers. Never accept flowers from a communist. Das Hummel. I wish this Bren carrier didn't have the medium machine gun on it. I wish it was just a standard Bren carrier, but that doesn't mean we're going to use it. So here's the pack. Here's another pack. We're gonna go get it painted as well. There's a 50 caliber machine gun. So here's an interesting question, and I probably need to try doing this. That's probably something I should try doing. And I'll tell you what that is in 1 second. Here is the bottom of the German artillery observation tank that goes with it. It goes with this turret. Oh, and here's another one. All right, that's probably good. That's probably good. This is the Vespa. Martyrs. Yeah, these are the beautiful Panzer IV. The Archer. Yeah, the Archer with that camouflage. Yeah. German half-track. Okay, this is the machine gun that goes on the Vespa there. Kubel. You know, I don't have a single Kubel. Okay, so we got some stuff here that we can work on. This shouldn't even be in here. I don't know what I'm going to do with that thing. So this is, we need to glue this. We need to glue this. That's what we're going to do next. So I need to make a mold of this 50 caliber machine gun because there's a lot of things I wouldn't mind 3D printing, getting 3D printed. Well, not a lot of things. M10s and M18s, right? They don't come with 50 cals on them. And I don't want to spend $5 on a 50 caliber machine gun. So I should try, this is one of the Plastic Soldier Company ones. I should try making a mold out of this and see if there's even a chance to do it. I need 50 caliber machine guns. The M18s don't come with them. The M10s don't come with them. This one's robust enough. This is the one from the Firefly. It's from Britannia. Maybe this one will be robust enough. Except I would have to put this, the way the molds get made, I got to have one side that's not going to have any detail on it. And that would be facing up. So I would have to I don't know how I would do that. Oh man, come on. It's a weekend. I'm not supposed to bend over on the weekends. Son of a bitch. Oh, we gotta find that. Well, I'm not gonna bend over. I'm gonna get up on my knees. It's funny how that thing just completely disappears where it could possibly be. There it is. Yeah, I need 50 caliber machine guns. You know, I actually found somebody had some M18s, and M18s specifically at a decent, and they look like they would be okay, but they have no 50 caliber machine guns. Nice base for beans on toast. It's the beans, man. I don't like those beans and tomato sauce. Ugh. Creepy. Beans aren't the problem. It's those beans. I just don't know how I'll be able to make a mold out of this. This would have to be face down. I just don't see how it would work. I don't see how it would work. And there's nothing Plastic Soldier Company that comes with a bunch of 50 caliber machine guns that you don't need. I don't know what I'm going to do. And then this one, if I push this down, then I'll have this side of the machine gun with no detail. I guess if I could make a mold and put it straight down, I don't know. I can't be good at everything. That'll just be one of those things I suck at. All right, let's put this guy together. All right, and let's keep these machine guns handy because I was looking for them a little while ago. And we're going to glue this guy in place. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and snip this off. I wonder if one will do it, if I just snip one off. Let's snip two off. That'll work. Okay, so that'll be glued, this will be glued, so those can be primed. All right. Watching a football match early in the morning. Are you? You're not going to work tomorrow? I had a driver many years ago who was from West Virginia, and he was scarred about eating beans. Like if you told him about eating beans, he's like, I ain't eating no fucking beans. Probably because that's all he had to eat as a kid. He said he was really poor and that's all he had, beans. I don't have anything against beans. I want to pick what beans they are. And honestly, I like them all except those, and I don't like baked beans. I don't like the U.S. baked beans. All the other beans are fine. Lima beans sucked when you were a kid because people didn't know how to make them, but like lima beans now are just fine. Red beans and rice? Yes, please. I hate baked beans and tomato sauce. It's a texture thing. I also hate ketchup. Yes, brother, my brother. I also hate not tomato sauce. I eat spaghetti and tomato sauce and make my own tomato sauce for pasta. Okay, I just hate ketchup, and it's not a texture. I don't know that there's... The only thing that I can say that I do not like because of texture is sushi. In other words, I don't want a sushi roll to be too mushy. It's got to have crunch in it. It can have some mushy stuff in it. It just has to have cucumber or something in there to like bounce back. Then I'm like, what the hell am I eating? Other than that, I can't think of something that I have a texture problem eating. Ketchup is just wrong in so many ways all over the place. It's the only tomato thing I don't like. Like, I love cocktail sauce. You know, it's just... Ketchup is just sorry. And the smell of it, it's the sugar and the white vinegar together. It's just like a concoction in hell. Not the tomato part, you know. I know so many people that love ketchup and can't eat tomatoes. Like, what's wrong with you? Oh, they're gross looking. Don't look inside of them. It's a vegetable. What's wrong with a vegetable? I guess you don't eat okra either. You know, vegetables are cool, man. I mean, I love bacon, but I'm not like slaughtering a pig to get my bacon out. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, I don't mind, raping a whole freaking garden. That doesn't bother me at all. Tony, garden rapist. No, I'm just saying, vegetables are cool. It's cool that you can grow something and eat that thing that grows and it grows back. That's kind of nice, you know? I hate to sound like a damn hippie, but I'm just saying, I'm not personally shooting like a really cute animal to eat them, regardless if they're tasty. I don't. There's bread. You hate brown sauce with the same passion as ketchup. I'm not sure I know what brown sauce is. Yeah, and you go to Canada, and those fuckers put ketchup on everything. That's the only thing I don't like about Canada. Oh, A1 sauce? I used to know somebody who would, they'd order a steak and they say, "You want A1?" It's how, why? Is there something wrong with my steak? All right, we're going to learn our lesson that we supposedly learned the other day, and that was earlier, a moment ago. Let's go put the gun shield on first. Then we will put this on the base. Then we'll add the wheels. Yeah, this Kubo was one of the first things that I did. I'm like, I don't like the color of it. Well, that's when I was still discovering how I was going to dunkel-gelb everything. We got that shit down now. We got confidence in that things will turn out how I want them to. Maybe I should have done this in 2 batches. Like I said, if I find this frustrating, some people have thrown these across the room. And the problem with throwing these across the room is they are bounced. They could bounce back and put your eye out. Bouncy. Bouncy Nazis here. I'm going to let's put these legs on before we put the wheels on. Ah, Snapdragon. Yeah, build it in batches for sure. Although these tweezers are worth their weight in gold, it's not that much gold. They work really well. I tried to buy another pair and realized they're like $50. I'm like, nope, I'm good. right, fine, we'll do that part last. Maybe we'll leave one of these to do for Africa. Shh, don't tell nobody. I'm still painting it gray first. Hurry! Nope. Okay, super glue it is for you. Private Luther, Private Leonard, and it says Julia. Let's take that off so we don't have a spot where it looks raised. No doubt 2nd Armor Division. 2nd Armor Division did this black and green type of camouflage. Cool Studs Inc. #2. I don't know what the heck this is. Maybe this is a legit World War II vehicle. I'm going to leave the serial number back there. Maybe some of that will survive. Okay. This thing is good to go. M4A3. Too. Okay. What else do we got? They need to get sprayed black. I was looking for where my Opal Malteers are. Estás. Ah. I told you this was going to be like a mix and match stuff. When I bought that ugly duckling of an RSO on an eBay thing, it came with some other shit. And some of the other shit that it came, I guess, is a pack 40 maybe? Let's see what we got here. Maybe this is trash, but... Oh, this is like some of the undercarriage, but there was only one of them, so I didn't bother messing with it. Yeah, it's definitely a pack 40 with the solid wheels. Let's see if we got all the pieces here. Oh, then there's the non-solid wheels. That's how my Tamiya one it had the solid wheels on it. I don't know what the hell this is too. Don't know what that is. Don't know what that is. There's stuff missing here. Here's the two sides of the gun, but there's no place where these attach to this. Right. So it's another crushed gun. All right. We're going to throw all this in. I'm going to take that other pack 40 that's up here from Eschi, and it also goes in here. I can't build it. I don't need it. I don't really need it. So not really an issue. Okay, moving along. Oh, here's a Roco 187th scale Sherman. Now somebody's saying, hey, that Corgi is more closer to the 187th. Hardly. There's a huge difference. This is like useless. I've had that a long ass time. Done nothing with it and probably will continue doing nothing with it. What else do we got here? You got a T-34 that's seen better days. I believe this is an Eastern Express one. I'm probably not going to use that. I got lots of T-34-85s and they're 176 scale. This is a JS2 by BP Cast that is just a pizza crap. It is sad. What else do we got here? We got some spare machine guns and shit. These are a couple of Krupp Protz trucks by Lizard's Grin. They're not worth using. I mean, actually everything is fine until you look at the grill, and their grill is just like I made it like by engraving it in there. I'm not going to paint that. Got a few extra parts in here. What the hell part is this? This is a machine gun to. Oh, this is the machine gun to a I think this is a machine gun to the JSU. Yep. That's where it is. The JSU 122 that I have. Okay, well. And this is the Tamiya Panzer IV F2. That is missing, what's it missing? It's missing one of these return rollers. But this thing could be, this thing will be in action at some point. Okay. What was this? One of the tracks for that. Okay. Moving along. Here's a couple of German half tracks that I believe this is the Fujimi one, and this is the Eschi one. Those guys will be gray. I don't have any gray half tracks painted. Oh, here's anti-tank gun hell. These are, oh, I already know something I want to paint. Since we're doing terrain stuff. A bunch of Soviet anti-tank rifles, anti-tank guns. Yeah, and they're built. This. Which is that. This is made by, they make the 28 millimeter buildings, and they just happen to have this in a grab bag. And it's like a Soviet soldier that is fallen. That's a T-26 turret just knocked out. So we're going to paint that up. That's a terrain piece. You got lots of stuff here. A couple 45 millimeter gun. By Plastic Soldier Company. Loader. Guys gotta eat cheese. Gunner here. Gunner here. Gunner here. Loader here. Loader here. Commander with a helmet. Commander with a cap. One guy with cap, 2 helmets. 2 guys with caps, 1 with helmets. That makes sense. And I got another short 45 here somewhere. And I got a long 45. This is like more like a 1942 weapon, plus an infantry gun. So we're going to take these 2 45s. We're going to move the crews over here. I'm going to put these in the paint on black zone. Okay. What else is in here? This is where my German anti-tank gun crews are. Yeah, but these guys have smocks, so these are SS turds, probably. That one doesn't have them. Oh, here's another Soviet tank crewman. I already put the goop on his stand. He's got a wrench. Doesn't necessarily mean that he's, you know... Well, these guys already have the goop on them. And they've got magnetic bases on them. Oh, this is a partisan woman. Okay. Oh, what are these guys doing here? Where does this go to? At the inside of a fucking vehicle. I don't know what the hell I got some Panzer dude here. It's like half painted. All right. Told you, we got a smorgasbord of stuff. The main thing, I want to put enough stuff down there to go airbrush black. got one of these T26s complete. I got a steal on these things. I know why somebody was selling them. Because they've got all this photo etch shit on it that is just very hard to attach it. Even with super glue, everything else. You're dancing on pins. But I've got 4 of these to do, so that's handy for early war. But I want to get them all done and then do them all at once. So those aren't happening right now. All right, moving along. All right, I gotta go use a little boys' room. I'll be right back. All right, so I think this is probably enough to airbrush. Get any more than that, it's not really going to do any good. at some point, I got a couple of vehicles that have like little netting at the top of them that I need to get around to doing. What is the status of these guys? It looks like I've already added a black wash. I need to come back and dry brush. These guys are actually dry brushed already. This one is anyways. Okay, now these guys should all go in the same place together. Put this machine gun inside there since it's that's what goes in there. Yeah, I kind of regret getting the Sherman Pratt. Really not much use for that unless I'm going to do something like on the beach. And no, I'm never going to do on the beach. I'm never going to do that. I don't think so. Well, I have no interest in it, so why would I do something that, you know, I have no interest in it? So with that said, we can throw this away. This is a actually Panzerjäger 1, which something happened to this and I couldn't finish it. I wonder what it is. I feel like that's actually a useful weapon to have. Missing track, or the track's broken? I think the track is broken. Well, that doesn't stop me. Let's put this thing together with, okay, it's broken there. Zippity doo dah. You could just put a staple in it. Is it still too tight a fit? Let's see what we got. What's going on with this Panzerjäger? How close are we to... See, I wouldn't stop me. I can just glue it on there, and then, you know, by the time I can get this thing to go into the teeth. Did we break this apart on purpose? We may have. Okay, good. Now you can access this stuff. Sometimes these teeth... I saw one time that one guy, like, literally took the teeth off. So it's smooth, and it gains just a little bit of a distance. Yeah, I could totally epoxy this together. And then you put goop down there, and you can't even tell that it's missing the track. Okay, so that's not the issue there. The superstructure's here. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with this thing. You even have this little the little basket thing that comes back here. I think that fits somewhere back here. And the toe thing. I mean, I'm missing a light and a light there. Okay, well, that shit happens in combat too. I don't think there's anything wrong with this thing. It's not missing any wheels. Other side also has the track grip. Staple this thing together. And then take some of these teeth off if you need to, and it'll be able to fit on there just fine. I don't see what that doesn't stop me now. Yeah, cue the song. Yeah, nothing wrong with that little guy. That's a useful little vehicle because its crew's exposed to taking, you know, fire. Yeah, that kind of stuff would have stumped me years ago. Now I'm like, that's easier than the stuff I got to deal with on a daily basis at work. That's a bigger pain in the butt. Okay, well, I think that I think I'm going to go to the garage and prime this stuff. And then maybe at some point may come back online today. But I think that's what we're going to do next. I could just do the show out there. Why don't we do that? Why don't we take the show on the road out there? Let's do that. Because my garage it's fucking picked up now. All right, folks. I'm gonna take us with you. Okay. Well, there you go. There's the deciding vote. We'll do what Ben wants to do. I gotta make some Jesus juice out there too. You watch me make that. I think I got all the stuff out there. Oh, there's alcohol's here. Hey, if you want to get drunk, don't drink this stuff. People say, you'll go blind. I'm pretty sure you'll go dead before you go blind. Like, you're fucking dead with that. All right, let's put a pin in this, and we'll be right back. Okay, well, the good news is we got everything out here. The bad news is at this time of the day, I got the freaking light in my face. So let's see. It's probably going to be for another hour or so the same way, but I think I can get on. I don't think that's going to be an issue. So this ended up being a catch-all for everything else, but I think we'll be okay. The other reason to do this now is it's going to get hot as shit in here. Even though this garage is insulated, it gets really, really hot in here. It's been really, really hot in here the last couple days. So, but hey, we got all that junked out in the middle. We got Subies in here, which actually we can get them both in here. And, but I need to move this back over. But the very first thing I got to do is I got to make myself a room here to operate. And I really want to do is get that dangling Dremel tool down here. But the problem with the Dremel tool is, and I hadn't really thought about this before, is it creates a lot of waste. A lot of sawdust and sawdust equivalents, depending on what it is you're grinding. And I don't know that I want all that shit all over here. It's kind of a pain to have that everywhere. But okay, we ordered one of these, which is the big the sealer. Because typical changing, this is what it used to look like, and then they went to this one, and I'm like, I can't keep buying little ones. We got to buy a big one. So we've got that. Let's move that out of the way. The airbrush station's over here with the additional light, which we don't really need right this second, but we do need to make the ubiquitous Jesus juice. And let's see, this lamp needs to be over here. I haven't been out here in a couple weeks. And the storms came and we put everything away. We needed to get stuff out of the way so we didn't have flying debris that would mess up the vehicles. Okay, that's plugged in. This other light, which hardly makes a difference. The lighting in here is excellent, just like it is inside. Okay. When we cleaned this up, we had a lot of extra cardboard stuff. You get so much extra freaking waste and stuff, and I kept some of it. So I figured I could use some of it. And some of the stuff that I kept, a big piece of cardboard in case I need to spray on it or something like that. Not for you, just to, not the practice, but just have something on there to, clear my airbrush or something like that. Let's put this farther in so it's not falling on top of me. And of course, we'll have even more room in half a week here when the daughter moves out. But she didn't have that much stuff in here. We just needed to consolidate it all. Okay. Man, it's El Brido. All right, so the first thing I got to do is I got to make that Jesus juice, and I don't remember how to do it. I know that it involves isopropyl alcohol, glass plus, the water, and I need to go get the one mystery item. Be right back. fine. Okay. Right, so now I gotta find that video. The mystery item is the flow aid, which actually this video this guy did has actually got me to use the flow aid, which in turn I ended up using for so many other things. So that was kind of nice. Let me go to, nope. Yep. Now it should be on. A little difficult to find here. I'm not going to find it on history because it was so long ago. I think it's not. History, how about view all? All right. I can never remember what this guy's name is. Red Dragon something or another. Yeah, it'll only go that far. Oh, no, it keeps going. Tuesday, oh no, this is a while ago. This was last week or maybe even longer than that. Let me see if I can find it here quick. And there may be other recipes that actually work better. Red Dragon Model Works. There it is. Red Dragon Model Works. Now, let me make sure the volume's not on. I wish you would have just show transcript. Is it this guy? Glass Plus, right? He's the Glass Plus guy, right? Right?
Now, what I like to do,
Tell me what you like to do.
depending on if I'm using either the Glass Plus or the windshield washer fluid. If I'm using the windshield washer fluid,
Which we're not.
I go about half.
Okay.
Windshield washer fluid.
Right, but we're using
If
Glass
I'm
Plus.
using the Glass Plus, I'll go right about here.
Okay, so about a third.
Let me see. Let me
Okay.
do that again. I'll go right about here, which is, I don't know, about a third
That's what I said.
for the Glass Plus. Half
Third Glass Plus, okay.
the windshield washer fluid.
Most of it's going to be
I'll come to about right
the
here.
water, right?
So if I'm using the Glass Plus, it'll be this much Glass Plus, that much water, and then I'll show you what the other. From here up, you're going to use this. Now you can use, excuse me, I gotta get that.
91%, which is hard to find these days.
Use
Had this a
ginger
while.
alcohol, or you can use 91% isopropyl. I've always used the 91%. It's a little stronger and helps clear things out a lot better. So I use this here.
Okay.
So let me show you how I mix this up.
Show me, man.
For this, I'm going to use the windshield washer fluid. So you take your windshield washer.
It's most of it is the water.
Let me get this out of the way. This is again 250 ml bottle. I have a little funnel there. And for this one, I'm going to use again the windshield washer fluid. So
Sorry,
I'll go about half.
I don't remember what this is. I only make this about once every 3 years.
50-50 mix. So there's the windshield washer fluid. I'll come in again with the water.
Okay, so it's probably 90%. 90% of the whole thing is either water and Glass Plus or windshield wiper fluid. Okay. There's a little bit of alcohol.
And then I'll take this here is glycerin. You can buy this at any drugstore. This stuff right here is really good. You can also use it to coat the needle.
Right, I got it. Okay, perfect. I've made it twice, so all right. Airbrush cleaner. This thing works really well. There's a little bit of it left. It smells alcoholic enough. I'm just going to pour the rest of it in here. You guys see okay? Or I can see okay, but I guess it's probably more important for you guys to hear okay. Can you hear me now? All right. So I'm going to take this Glass Plus that I bought specifically for this. And hopefully I'm competent enough to take this spring waterfall scent. Oh, I hope it doesn't smell like ass. Some of these things that have extra scents in them don't smell so good. Come on. Oh, that was easy. Expect a disaster, and then you'll either get one and be prepared for it, or not. Okay, so we're going to go about a third full. And I'm really bad at pouring things, so expect a spill. Well, this has a pretty big mouth, so. All right, we're going to go like that. And now we got stuff to clean windows. Come on. Oh, one of these, huh? What kind of a fucked up lid is this? I hate to mince words in case you couldn't figure it out. Okay. So good. All right, now we will take distilled water. I don't know that all this stuff makes that much of a difference. I bet if I used regular water, it'd be damn near the same. But hey, I gotta listen to somebody eventually. I'm gonna stop short about 10%. Close this back up. This will last a lifetime. This lasts so long that the last one, when I moved, I threw it away. But that's about $1 or something like that. I mean, I don't like to be wasteful, but if you are going to be wasteful with cheap shit. All right, 91% alcohol. This is probably more than he used. I don't care. I think that if you used all alcohol, it probably would work spectacular. Okay? Ooh, spicy. Okay, and we're going to add some Flow Aid. He added like 10 drops. I'm not going to do drops. I'm going to just squirt some in there, and that's good enough. And that's my version of his version. I'm not a scientist, but this shouldn't matter. Let me stir it up. Cue the music. I do like reggae, but then I'll have a drink, which I may have a drink right now. Is it too early to have a drink over there? It's 9 o'clock in the morning. I say we're going to have a drink. Whee! Happy ending. Fuck it, we're going to have a drink. What do we got here to drink? Let's, we got any of those left? Oh, yeah. This stuff's great, by the way. You can't see it. It's a gin-based drink. Oh yeah. Okay. Never airbrush sober. We've got Purell here. That's probably enough to do the job. All right. The last time I put this thing away, I did kind of a sorry job of putting it away, of cleaning it, probably more than any other time. So I wouldn't be surprised if I run into a jam. 9 a.m. drinking is only for those that sat outside the job center. Yeah, I know what you mean. All right, let's pump this thing up. Oh, it works better if you connect this. All right, we're gonna prime. So we're gonna grab our .5 needle that this airbrush does not come with. Now, I mentioned this a little earlier, not earlier today, but in another session. Let's see if this makes a difference. That doesn't make a difference. Let's just turn it off for now. This compressor that I got, see if I can show you what it is. It's a cheapy compressor. Is it? Am I going to tear something up by moving it over? No. Okay, but it does have a tank. Cool runner. It ran about 150 bucks or something like that. It came with a free airbrush, which I just set off to the side. Never did anything with it, because I got this $150 airbrush that I'm very happy with. Easy to take apart. It's an Iwata HPC, I believe. But it came with this Masters airbrush, and Masters is one of those companies that's kind of like superior models. They don't, just because it says it's the best, it doesn't mean it's the best. But it's been sitting here, and I've not used it. And what I came across that was interesting is it comes with a .5 nozzle and a .2. So it actually has a thinner nozzle than the .35, which is standard, and the .5 that I bought for it. So I may be able to do some really thin camos with the .2. So if that happens, then I'm probably going to use this only with the .2 needle only, because I can do the .35 and the .5. I'm comfortable with this one. This is also top loading, but I can't imagine this one working as good as the other one. Hey, I hope I'm wrong. I hope this thing is the best thing I've ever seen in my entire life, but I'm not holding my breath. Now, it's got one needle already in there, and it's the .5. So we're going to go ahead and pull, while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to pull the .5 out. Does it have another needle? No, what the hell? You should read the manual. I don't know where the hell the manual is for this thing. It's got some needle in here. And it's got a separate .5 and a separate .2. So it actually comes with 3 needles. Wow. And it's the free airbrush. Yeah, but it's not Japanese. So it's going to be a pain in the ass to put it together. I really didn't want to struggle with this attempt. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this needle, whatever it is, and go ahead and switch it and put the .2 in there, because that's what we're going to go with. Yeah, I can tell that this is not the same thing. This is not the same thing. Okay, I'm going to set this aside. We don't want to mix our needles up. And find where the .2 is. Okay, and we're going to install the .2 in there. Look, it even gives you a little rubber for it. That's there. The nozzle. .2. Oh boy, that's little. Yeah, that's what she said. Who? You say things that they're funny, even if they're self-deprecating. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think this came with a manual. Might have one like online or some shit like that, but. Oh, this is interesting. I've read about these and didn't have one. This has the needle you attach from the outside. This is totally different than the one I have. Yeah, mine is a lot more user-friendly. We're definitely not changing needles on this one. This is going to stay, the .2 is going to stay in there. I don't have an option to buy any needles for my airbrush other than it comes with a .35 and I bought the .5, which saved my ass because I'm able to use the thicker stuff with it, including the primer. I thought this was supposed to... How many twists does this thing take? Okay. Now, I can already tell you there's one problem with this design right off the bat. I'm not going to super tighten it. I have to load the needle in from the back. I have to. And that's not ideal. This is a thin fucking needle.
Yep, there it is.
All right, we'll put that in here. This, we'll put this needle in here, and we will do not want to mix the Iwata needles with the other ones. I have a feeling that would not work really well. Okay, now this is ready to go. For when we do those camouflage later today. Okay. So let's put our big needle in here. Which is not that one. Actually, my .35, I got a tiny little bend in the end. That's actually handy. Now I know which one's which. They'll work. They'll definitely work. See, I already was learning a bad habit by not being able to do that with this one. Yeah, I like that you can feed this one through the front. Okay, and this is the .5, and this is communal to both. And you don't have to type on the fouet. Thank you. Where did it go? It was right here. It's not inside there? Mother. I had one sip and I already can't figure this out. No, the light in my face is really... All right, be right back. Well, that's kind of a fucking problem. I don't see it anywhere, and it didn't make a sound. So, I tell you what I'm going to do is next time I'm back at the hobby store, I'm going to buy one of those little trays. They're like, hey, what do you need these for? This is what you need it for. To avoid fumble fuckery. It's here somewhere. Well, this is an opportunity to experiment with something. I'm going to put the .35 nozzle with a .5 needle and see what the fuck happens. It was right here. It's here somewhere. I don't know where the fuck it is. I don't want to keep looking at it. I know the .35 needle won't work. I mean, it will work. It'll just jam all the damn time. What's the worst thing that can happen? This doesn't work really well? Well, I don't know where the fuck it is. I really do not know where the fuck it is. It didn't make a... I had it right here. It didn't fall on this other thing. The tiny little piece that fell on the floor, found it, no problem. This piece is actually decent sized. Yeah, it didn't fall in here, right? No. No, let's see. Nope. Nope, I don't know what the fuck it is. Last time I lost something, I found it later when I didn't need it. Yeah, it's not like there's a lot of activity or anything like here. Yes. This is, yeah, I don't know where, I don't know. I do not know where it is. I had it literally right here. It didn't make a sound. It's not down here. It's not in there. You know, even when I found that barrel, if you're watching this for a long time, I was doing that one video and I lost the barrel to the freaking, I forget what tank it was, Mark IV or something like that. And it was inside the freaking seat. Like, how the hell? Have you waved a magnet around? I have not. I don't have one. But it didn't make a sound. Let me look over here. We'll just try the .35. Fuck it. What's the worst thing that happened? Doesn't work? All because I had a drink. Well, you know what? I had a drink, so I don't give a fuck if I find it. If I hadn't had the drink, I'd be pissed. Yeah, it's... I didn't even hear it roll. If it rolled all the way to the back, man, there's no way that wouldn't have made any sound. I could see it hitting the ground. I mean, it's a relatively large piece. Yeah, it'll turn up eventually. Fuck it. No, I'm not wearing shoes. Wearing flip-flops. I would know if it's embedded in my freaking flip-flop. I got tender feet. Unlike Mitch. I don't walk around outside. The show will go on. Fuck you, Needle. We're still airbrushing. I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know if a .35, you know. I got to believe I've done it by accident. I got to believe I've accidentally put one needle in the other one before. Yeah, I don't know where it is. It'll turn up. It's not like it's that pressing. This is why you don't work on stuff that you have to get done by a certain day, because this would have been catastrophic. Oh, I gotta get these guys done today. No, you don't. All right, let's power this thing up. Hey, I might actually be able to pick up a new skill. Like, it works better with this needle. It works better with that nozzle. Shit happens. I consider myself a pretty careful person. Stuff still happens. And that other piece is freaking tiny. I found it. And I even heard that one. Yeah, this thing's freaking ridiculously small. The other piece is big. And that was right here. Well, it'll turn up. Maybe it'll work better. Gotta think positive. That's the airbrush saying, I don't want to airbrush today. Fuck you, you're airbrushing today, asshole. That's like when a dice starts rolling bad. Nope. You're not taking the day off, clown. I've seen so many people that are like, especially people that are like uber religious. And they're so superstitious about dice. Like, are you from Eastern Europe? It's not like your life is depending on it. It's just a thing. Yeah, I'll find it eventually. It looks like nothing else, and it's not that small. All right, so we're going to test this to see if this even works with just a drop of primer. Just one little drop of primer. And if it doesn't work, we'll put the .35 needle and we'll struggle with it. But you guys are still getting primed, assholes. You guys ain't getting away from this. You're getting primed. Inanimate objects get uppity with me. Let's get something we don't mind airbrushing on. You know what? I bet the clips will work nicely with this. Can we clip this anywhere? God help me. I don't want to clip it to the barrel. This certainly has lots of places to hold on to that, okay? And this one, yeah, I guess I probably could. I probably could do the barrel. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't think a magnet would help. It didn't make a fucking sound. That's crazy. Well, it is a part that is readily available. Store's closed today, of course. Always happens on a Sunday. But I'm probably not going to go buy one. So, anyhow. Just when I said, I'm not going to use the Master's airbrush for anything but the .2. You know what? Fuck you. I'm still only going to use the Master's airbrush for the .2. I'm not going to use it for the .5. Make me eat my words. All right, let's get the old Vallejo primer, and let's see what happens. Wow, there's not a lot of this left. It's almost like I've been priming buildings or something. I mean, literally, there's like maybe a quarter left. All right, let's see what happens, folks. Just a wee bit. What are we running at? About 45 PSI. Let's crank this up to 50. Okay. I mean, I got some, but it doesn't sound any different than when I normally use it. You're back. Wait, are we drinking? We are. We don't need to have a buzz. We're just drinking. And I won't have a buzz. It's the thought that counts. Okay, we won't do that again. That could have shattered in half. We're running out of this material anyways. I think this will work just fine. I guess we'll have to get it all upon us. And this is the only thing we need that 0.5 nozzle for, is this. So if the .35 one works, I'll find it. I mean, it's the freaking biggest nozzle. The show will go on. None of this would have happened if Rust-Oleum went and bought Model Master and ruined it, everything. Then I wouldn't even have an airbrush. This does a fart. Oh. I'm not angry. I'm just shit-faced. What? Well, that's what pissed means. Oh, you're just being... Is everybody being a cunt today? Alright. You slippery motherfucker. Well, the longer this takes, the more the base color will be dry, and I'll be able to just go right into the prime, into the base color. Alright. Alright, let's slip this on top of it now. Now, English term you will love. Pissed? Nah, pissed is hard because we use pissed a lot, and pissed means angry. And I wish I got the English pissed more than the American pissed. One is stress inducing, the other one is stress relieving. This is working just fine. This is working just fine. You can't use a .35 nozzle with a .5 needle. We're not looking for precision here. This just needs to get the job done. All right. We'll just slide this off. And where is the turret? All right. Is this alligator clip like grip well and not a candy ass like the last one? We out? Yeah, we're out. Okay. Kind of hard to tell with black. Yeah, old Ben drove me to drinking today. Now, there is a little bit of a goop here where the two muzzles, the two parts of the barrel got put together, but I'm going to leave that as is. Let's get this underside a little bit. And then let's go ahead and move this a little bit, and then we can get this sewn in there. Alright, and we're going to set this off to the side. It runs a lot at 50 psi, but it keeps jams from happening. Alright. It was the beans and toast for breakfast thing. Needs something with it. Yeah, well, if you drink, you don't realize you're eating beans and toast. Salud. I do tend to drink when I come out here and airbrush. Oh well. I never claimed to be a non-drinker. I don't see how it's addictive though. It's not in my gene. It's not in my gene pool for that. Whereas eating is addictive. I don't see how you can eat all day. Well, you're not eating the right stuff. You don't have good food to eat. We out? Nope. It's acting a little finicky, but maybe halfway between using the .35 and the .5. I guess that makes sense. And the turret. I went through a lot of this stuff doing the buildings. I really never really thought about wargaming with these things ever until I picked these up. And I picked these up because they were $1. Like, I'm already getting $1 worth of enjoyment. I think these will turn out really well. I'm looking forward to it. It's certainly useful for a scenario standpoint. Especially if you've got some folks that need to take these things out. Do the underside of this first. Miniature Building Authority. I mean, you guys have heard of Miniature Building Authority. I think they do some 15 millimeter stuff, and they mostly do 28 millimeter, like pre-painted buildings. Well, that's who has this stuff. I don't know whether it's something that just didn't take off for them, or it's another product or something like that, but they have like this big bin. And I do mean it's a big bin. It's probably a 60 gallon? Yeah, about a 60 gallon bin. The only reason I know what 60 gallons looks like is I bought some of those clear 60 gallon bins. And it's just filled to the top full of little plastic things like that. And that's what it feels like. It feels like it's plastic, not resin or anything. And you just, hey, let me look through there. It's just like you're looking through a bunch of Legos, right? It's like a big thing full of Legos. And there's all kinds of stuff in there, and some of it works for 20 millimeter. Like this is a perfect T26 model 1939 turret. I guess technically it'd be the same turret that's on a BA-10, right? The BA-6 and BA-10 is the same thing, but the BA-10 has the more modern streamlining turret. Well, this is the streamlining turret with a guy that is knocked out, and he's got a bunch of little rocks caved in on him. A fine burial for a devout communist. I don't know why they had this. It's not like they had a bunch of T-26s or something. Maybe they built this thing on a dare. Anyways, it looks pretty good. And it should look nice as scatter terrain. Not in Normandy, but you know. A mission could be like, you gotta come save this guy. Maybe he's somebody important. There we go. All right, the Sherman. Let's do the Sherman. Let's do the Sherman next. Can't have enough Shermans. And yeah, we're going to put different junk on here. You know, a lot of my Shermans don't have names on them. Because I decided to do that after I already had a bunch of Shermans. Are we losing pressure? Come on. Up the ante. Yeah, this stuff dries really quick, so that's part of the problem. And we got some buildup on the needle. That never helps. We'll do an intermittent rinse on this. Shove this stuff in as far as it'll go. Give it a twist. Get all this goopty stuff out. Goopty goopty. And run some of this through it. I don't know that it's behaved that much different than a 0.5 needle. There we go. Let's put this up a little bit more. I had it closed all the way down anyways. Yeah, see, this is the problem. This stuff, unlike anything else, because it's polyurethane, has like this scum. Like the stuff you would, in Spanish they would call that natilla. Like stuff that you would put on the top of it. You add cream to coffee or whatever and it gets stuck on the top there. Pond scum. Like the cheese on the cream of onion soup or you know, whatever that onion soup thing is that they put on the top of it. It's kind of like that. And that kind of jams everything up. And that's just the nature of this polyurethane stuff. So occasionally, I had to do it with the buildings. I had to stop in the middle of it. Okay. Back in business. There we go. I'm gonna run out of that shit if I'm not careful. Whoa, Nelly! Especially if I'm gonna do that. Woohoo! All right, where were we? What were we on? We did the turret. We did that. All right, let's grab the Pack 40. this doesn't weigh anything. So, where's the limp dick one? This doesn't weigh anything. Oh, I was doing the Sherman. Oh, it's too late. I thought I was doing this. All right, here we go. Let me make up my own language while I'm at it. I may make both of these Dunkel go. Because there's a very narrow period of time when these were in gray. Very narrow. I mean, they had very few of them in the summer of 42. And you basically only have that until, and if you're not going to paint it winter, which I'm not. Now, this is a great weapon in the summer of 1942. I mean, it's the best the best weapon the Germans have on the Eastern Front, other than the 88. I don't think any of these went to North Africa. Maybe some in Tunisia, but they didn't have any Alamein or anything that I can tell. I don't think so. God, you're noisy. Would you be cut it down for a while? Jeez. This is a pain to get with a brush. You come in anything that I missed, and then get it with a brush. But just the stuff you missed. But painting with a Vallejo primer, using a paintbrush on large areas that are smooth or devoid of detail is just unpleasant. You miss a lot of stuff. Not really much you can do about it. Got all kinds of nooks and crannies. Look out for those crannies. They'll run you over in their wheelchair. I'm in a pack 40 mood. This light's doing a damn thing. Yeah, it is a little bit. So, yeah, so I think we can pretty much get an 8-foot by 8-foot table here. I think we're probably pretty safe being able to do that. What the hell's going on here? There we go. There we go. What else we got left? I honestly don't know if this would have behaved that much different with that nozzle. We are going to try to find it, but if it doesn't turn up anytime soon, it's not going to really change my plans of what I'm going to be working on. I don't strip the paint off this stuff. I used to. It's just that is a long ass process for most of the time, not a huge difference. Oh, hold on 1 second. Okay. Right. This is done. We should be able to do all the base colors too. These alligator clips are getting all limpish. Oh, I got more guns than I need out here. I'm not doing all these guns. I'm only gonna do the 2 short 40. Oh, maybe I don't. Only two Russian ones. I'm only doing the short 45s. Not doing the long 45s. Lovely. There we go. Now you want to step away from this for a little bit, and this paint is going to start to set. The worst thing about these die-cast tanks is that if it's something like it needs an antenna or something, I'm not drilling into the die cast. It's just like, you know, asking to be punished. So this won't have an antenna on it. Oh, this is, some of these are coming undone. I'm sorry, I meant rubber. Well, one thing's for sure, this won't fall on the ground and crack. Look at this little bastard waving in the wind. Flapping in the wind. Oh, come on. There we go. Now it's too much. Typical. I opened it up a little bit. I normally run this thing with a nozzle closed as far as it'll go. Grab another one. It's like bird hunting with a flamethrower. Pull. Yes, indeed. Maybe that's why you people watch this. You never know what's going to fucking happen on here. Hey, it just shows you that I'm not letting this stuff bring me down. You want to like get lost? Screw you. We're still painting. You know? If you give up, you lose. So, like I said, I have so many things that go sideways on a work day. This is like a fucking breeze. Well, that one worked well. Oh, here's the other one. Okay, gotcha. I have 3 of these? Yep. This seems like a strange weapon to use in North Africa. Because there was no 37, as far as I can tell, there was no 37 millimeter armed tanks that went to North Africa. None. None of the Panzer IIIs that had 37s went to North Africa. And it's just weird to have this anti-tank on that's substandard. It's a worse round than anything else the Germans have, with the exception of the 20 millimeter autocannon. But you know, technically that's an autocannon. You know, it gets exempt. That's some Panzerjäger ones that had 47 millimeters. There's some Panzerjäger ones that went out there. Come on. Well, we're tapping bottom. We are tapping the bottom. We're gonna have to order that today. I had no idea. Well, I got some inside, but I like to use the one inside for hand painting. And there's not much on that one. Okay. A couple of 45 L46s. My hands are going to look like when I was done with those. Well, I didn't do it live, so you guys didn't know. When I did those burning things with the flashing thing, yeah, my hands were every bit of black, like a fucking coal miner. Chimney sweep. Where is my phone? Okay. Man, I'm ready to be done with this primer stuff so this airbrush thing isn't running all the time. Well, you're certainly not listening to this for the background noise. Does that qualify as ASMR? It's freaking chimney sweep. Okay, that should be it. That should be it for all the primer block stuff. These don't weigh a thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and blow all this out. Clean this thing somewhat. And then we'll come back out and get some real colors and do that. This usually works better when we scoop some of this out. Ooh. Get up in there. There we go. This stuff behaves so weird, but I'm really happy with it. Now, we survived using the wrong needle, the wrong nozzle. Right needle, wrong nozzle. It didn't behave that much different. It jammed a little bit more, but honestly, it jams quite a bit with this stuff. You just got to experiment with it. You watch videos on how to use Vallejo primer. Oh, you got to thin it with it. The primer's not meant to be thin with anything because it behaves very differently than paint. It behaves very, very differently than paint. It's a totally different animal. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. I wish I was wrong. I wish you could thin this stuff, but come on. Yeah, you got a clog in there, and it doesn't take much for it to clog. All right. So this is relatively clean. All kinds of gunk in there. This is the 0.5. Put it up here. Yeah, there's a look what's in here. The big old junk piece. That's why it's acting like that. This stuff dries so quick. Gets gooey. Gets cheesy. And let's run this through here to put this end on this. A little bit of there. Where's that brush that we have in there? Overkill, but the paint doesn't do this. I saw you. The advantage of having the window behind me is I can see through these things and see if they're clean. So yeah, it kind of sucks. I have to look into the window. That the light is kind of annoying, but it is not a problem now. So I can see daylight through it, and I know that it's clean, or it's clean enough anyways. All right, so this is the 0.5 needle. The 0.35 with the goes with this one. Yeah, and the 0.5 nozzles here somewhere. All right, I'm gonna take a little bathroom break, and I will be right back. Yeah, the light is significantly better now than it was. That's only really that one small period of time where it's like really, really bad. What do I do? I forgot the hand sanitizer? Sons of bitches. I can't do two things at once. Be right back. Yeah, I focused on bringing the paint sets, and forgot this that was on the counter. So I'm gonna get this shit off because it's difficult. This stuff is so difficult to get off your hands, except with hand sanitizer. It comes off pretty easy. So buy stock in Purell. I'm sure other brands may work as well. That just happens to be the one that I got. Well, I got that one when it was like buy one, get one free. And we're going to get other paint on us, but I just won't look like, all chimney sweep. Mary Poppins, None of that. Bobby, none of that. Was his accent that bad? That supposedly was the whole reason why, they didn't allow him to do the accent in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Because his accent in Mary Poppins was so over the top Cockney wrong that everybody, I guess, on that side of the pond had a fit. I think it's very distracting to have somebody who has an American accent in an English film. Like, that's weird. Like, what's up with that? Okay. So, usual suspects. Most of these are Dunkelgelb, right? We got the Soviet stuff, which I don't need to do it for the tank, for the tank turret. The one that's the wreck, but I probably will. I probably will. I'm going to use a Soviet camouflage. I don't think I've actually used these before. I'm going to use the 4BO. So we're going to grab the, and these you don't have to thin. You can if you want to, but I'm not going to thin them. I already got a hobby. It takes forever. Oh, 1 second. Just in time. That was the daughter leaving the house. The other artsy person in the house. 4BO. We're just going to use this straight. And, well, we got to put a needle in here first. We're going to put the 0.35 needle with the 0.35 nozzle. Crank it all the way, make the smallest opening possible. Oh, we got way too much PSI. Way too much PSI. Let's drop this to about 25. That's much better. Alright, we're still getting some. Ooh, this stuff feels good. Looby. Alright, now stop running so damn much. You shouldn't have to run all the time to keep up. Oh, that's lower than 25. Oops. Mein Baden. I am not a master airbrusher. I never will be. So I get that little splatter all the time. I'm not worried about what the fuck it means. Just like people that are really good at airbrushing, they don't worry about some of the stuff that I'm really anal retentive about. I can't be into everything. What happened to that guy? Well, he couldn't be in everything either. Okay. Let's try this again. That's why you want to build, you want to make this stuff, because otherwise it's just too expensive. Let's do one more thing that I like to do. It's probably stupid, but I like to do it anyways. Yeah, talking about Nordic, I don't know where he went. I have a feeling he probably got miffed that I kept calling Germans Nazis. Well, I'm sorry, I don't mean you, but I'm not going to be one of those people that, you know, it's called the Germans, the defenders of the universe. Hey, Russian people might not watch my stuff because all my Russians are communist. Defenders of Europe. There's people like that. Like I said before, the Germans had cool kit, and I love painting German stuff, and they're really neat, but they're assholes, you know? So I like to bring that up every time that I'm doing something with them, so people don't get the wrong idea. I don't mean it to, because I want to be banned from something. I'm just, remind people that, yeah, they had really cool kit and really cool tanks, but they were rat bastards, Just like my ancestors did horrible stuff in the 1500s, but so did everybody else. It doesn't make it right, but it's not my fault, And I'm not even, and my people aren't necessarily any persecuted groups that would have been bothered by the Third Reich, but still, it doesn't make it, like, I got eyes, like. But they did have cool equipment. That's why people like playing them. All right, let's try this again. Now it's not. All I did was I ran some hand sanitizer through there. That's it. And this may not be the best way to do it, but the hand sanitizer dissolves shit. And there's some small stuff in there that you can't see. There's stuff in there that you cannot see with the human eye. And, you know, I don't want to tear the entire thing apart and give it some kind of sonic cleaning every time I change colors. That's a detail too far, you know. I'd like to spend 4 hours on a figure, not 4 hours cleaning an airbrush. And I'm really happy with the miracle that hand sanitizer is. It just dissolves stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to run some of this 4BO through here from AK. We're going to put a couple drops in it, make sure it's running well, about 30 PSI, and we're going to paint the base color of these Soviet things that we have here, which is a pair of 45 anti-tank guns, 45 millimeter anti-tank guns, and this wreckage of this T-26. Yeah, different people do different things for different reasons. I got one guy that I'm going to say that there's two people that got me into doing YouTube videos, okay? And they didn't tell me anything. They probably don't even know that they got me into YouTube videos. And I subscribe to both of their channels. I don't really watch other people's content very often, but you know, they were kind of instrumental to basically giving me the confidence, like, oh, if they can do it like this, then I can do my thing too, and it'll be okay. Hey, it's time for that second drink. No, I'm gonna have water. And one of them just does videos all the time. It has no comments. He never did any live feeds, but he never does. But he never, like now, any videos he does, there's no comments available. So I have a feeling, I don't know this for a fact, but I have a feeling that he probably got into pissing matches with people that came and commented on things. You know, if somebody comes and puts comments that are argumentative, I just delete them. That's why all my comments are, you know, I have to approve them before they're on there, because it solves so many issues. There's some people out there, you guys aren't the trolls, but there's trolls out there, you know, you know, you don't want to put out a video and then with comments that are a free-for-all, you wake up in the morning at like 5 o'clock in the morning and you got 16 fires you have to deal with, you know, and the fire might be just something as simple as just like, hey, you know, this guy said something and, you know, you've got to go back and correct everybody. And I'm like, I did that for a little bit. I'm like, that's it. Monitor all videos. I don't want to keep comments from going. I know there's some comments that I probably don't get because people go, oh, this comment has to be approved. And like, never mind, I'm not going to say that, you know, but, you know, I'm pretty proud that 99.9% of you guys that come on here know how to behave. You know, so yeah, I leave comments on, but they're monitored for that reason, because I don't want to come in. It's like 6 o'clock in the morning. All right, I got to go to work and do this. I'm like, holy shit, what's this 17 things I've got to go back and fix, you know? I don't have time for that. And another guy that was doing a bunch of live videos, I see that he's come back, but he's involved in all kinds of different stuff, and like paints for people, and like I just do this just for the camaraderie, you know, and like if I wasn't filming right now, I probably wouldn't be doing this, you know. So you guys help me stay on track. So whether you realize it or not, it is a big help. So. And maybe I'm doing the same thing for you guys. I hope so. All right, we're going to use 1 or 2. Maybe I'll splurge, use 2. Ooh, maybe even 3 drops. Okay. And we want to... Now we're actually using the needle and the needle and the nozzle that go together. Really, we got a fly flying around in here. You open the garage for a moment. Well, this is a glorified swamp that I live in. And it's going to look a little brighter than it is, but it dries a little bit. And of course, we're going to do the wash on there. as well. The wash. And I could hand paint this. It just takes longer. Oh, I ran out of paint. Okay. Let's see. They used about 3 paint. So let's go do 6. Let's splurge with the 7th one. I've been recently watched a guy that uses creative time wasting as a YouTube handle. He's been doing old Matchbox kits, and I enjoy it. Creative time wasting. Interesting. He builds the kits online, on live. See, I like shit like that. Other people are like, that's boring. Well, don't watch it, man. You know what's boring? Screaming at sports on TV. Like, you don't even know those people. Just put it in the background, do your own hobby. That's what I used to do. You know, I never had any Matchbox kits. They weren't available in my part of the United States. I hope this isn't getting all over my car. If it is, it's just a dusting. I mean, it is blowing that direction. It'll be okay. It's not live, unfortunately. Well, there's, yeah. Give me some light so you can see if I missed something. Okay, that looks good. That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. Is that good? All right, and the other one over here. So, we're going to do the German Panther turrets next, because what I plan on doing is putting the yellow down. By the time that dries, we're going to try using the 0.2 needle with a new airbrush that I've never used before to do some thin squiggles. We'll see if it works. It may not work. It was a free airbrush. I didn't get it because of that. You know what? What if I turn this? It's probably going to be in your guys' view. That's a bit more helpful for me. And we'll see if the 0.2 can do anything for me. What's this little guy down here? Now this is a Pack 36, so we don't want to do that. So we just had 2 Soviet weapons? We just had 2 Soviet weapons. Okay. How much of this stuff do I have left over? Like nothing. Okay, good. Now, that's one thing I have made 0 attempt in the past of how much paint in there to do the job that I need. So maybe that's something I should work on. Because it's stupid to waste things. Let's see how I did. Really well. No. I'm good at a second thing. Woohoo! 2 tings. This is not sputtering. That's a good sign. I see a little bit of paint down there. So let's go ahead and get that out so it doesn't change into something else. And we're going to do the Panzer Yellow first. And I'm going to put this set back. I like to keep them in these boxes because first of all, they're easy to find. And second of all, the packaging's really nice. I like it. It's nice not to have that freaking airbrush thing that's going on all the time, constantly. Okay, now we're going to use the 1943-45 MiG set. MiG ammo, AK, all that. God, what a debacle that was. I looked into that and like, oh, there was just so much. Ooh, we're almost out of this stuff. We're almost out of the base Dunkelgelb. We'll have to get that. Dunkelgelb, but we need to get the other shit too. There's a store in Florida here that's it's in the Tampa area. I've talked about it before. Spray Gunner, and they carry everything from Ammo Mig in stock. And it looks like a quaint Home Depot. It's got that Home Depot feel, but it's maybe only half as tall as a Home Depot. Maybe 75% as tall. And it's got these little aisles, and it's just fucking cozy. And it has a storefront, but it's mainly just like a warehouse. But you can walk in there. It's not like, oh, you can't walk in here, you know. But it's a cool place. It's called Spray Gunner, and they actually ship things as well. And their shipping rates are actually really affordable. They'll ship things for like $4 or something like that. So that's not too bad. And being in Florida, we can get it really quick. But I'd rather go to the store. But you know, their hours are, a lot of stores are not open on Sundays, and unfortunately that's like one of the days that, you know, if you're not open on a Sunday, that's like half the time that, actually they are open on Sunday, they just have really short hours. So it's hard to get it, if we spend like a weekend in Tampa, it's hard to get back while the place is still open. But it is a really cool store. And that's where I got all these things at. I literally walked up, like, I'll get that one, I'll get this one, and I've used them. I've been really happy with them. I don't love them for hand painting because they're watery as shit. But because they're watery as shit, you don't have to thin them when you airbrush them. So there's a con, but there's a plus to it. How am I going to do this? Excuse you. I think I'm going to paint them on here because I can use this as a base. I'm going to have to repaint over it anyways. So let's try that. Let's try that. All right. We're doing three. Let's do 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Same thing over here. I think I timed it about right. This is just a base color for the brown wash to grab onto at this point. I'm going to go ahead and grab this and do the front underneath here. And I'm going to do the same for the other one. But this one's heavy. Heavy metal. All right. And while that's drying, got any left? Yeah, a little bit. All right. Pack 40. Pack 40. Those are great. My Germans are great. Those guys are great. Which means I gotta get the gray set for the Germans out here. All right. I'm not doing a gray pack 40. If I need a gray pack 40, I'll buy another pack 40. This one will just be Dunkelgelb. But we're gonna put another 7 drops in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Splurging. Woohoo! So the process that I use is, if I wasn't doing this with airbrush, I'd just be doing it by hand. Paint the whole thing. Try to avoid some stuff if it works for you. Leaving some stuff in the shadows. Base color all around, and then camouflage if it gets any. And then, let's do this first. And then a Agrax Earthshade or whatever the hell it's called, strong tone. And then come over with the base color again and dry brush that back over it. And then lighten that, and then weather if applicable. Now the other thing I like to do is I like to grab by the end of the barrel. So like you rub some of this color off, and that's fine because that's the part that would be black anyway. So I'm probably going to be the last person that's ever going to base in white or a light color, because I feel like this black base is already doing a lot of stuff for me. So I like how that turned out a little bit brighter. Let's go over it again. I'm looking at Panther turrets. And that works for me. I got a result that I'm pretty happy with. I can do it consistently. And I don't care if other people don't do it that way. I'm not that guy. I don't care how if you're happy if you're happy even eating ketchup, if you must, go right ahead. I just don't need to I don't care how people do other things. Thinking, is the Panzer Grau out here? I don't think it is. Now the next one we got to do a little different. Base black as well. See the same benefit. It's almost like a wash, and if some paint comes off, you get free chipping. There you go. Dun, 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 dun. Freebie. Yeah, I've been doing it that way since about 1994. Well, since I was doing 20 millimeter, I've never painted any World War II 20 millimeter not based in black. I haven't. So, okay, let's get the Sherman out. Now the Sherman we're going to do a little bit differently because I do not have a Vallejo color for that. I do have a Vallejo color. I don't have an AK color. So we're going to take this AK, we're going to put it right back where it went, wherever the top for it is. We back losing shit again? I'm going to call the authorities on myself. Put this back. Alright, we're going to use Vallejo color green olive. Now, I'm actually going to mix it in the cup. I can't believe mind your own business. We got airbrush thinner here. Mind your own business. Now that we know about how much paint we're using, okay, I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, okay? And I'm going to take some of this thinner. I watched somebody do this, and I'm like, okay, this is my first attempt of trying to do it on here. I don't want to mix it in a cup and then dirty a cup up. And I'm going to get a brush here, and I'm going to see how it runs down the side. See if I'm happy with that. No, it's still too thin. It's still too thick. Probably about 50-50, I would imagine. Something like that. Yeah, it's good. All right. Test. Push this all the way back in. Make sure we got it tight. Perfect. Perfezione. What an ugly color. I was looking at a post the other day and somebody said something about Sherman tanks, and I said, Shermans are so ugly. And you know what? I tend to agree with them in the past, but I've actually come to love them. I mean, yeah, they're not an attractive vehicle, but there's just something about them that they're just cute. I don't know. I used to hate them, how they looked. I kind of like them now. Just about every vehicle in the Second World War is attractive in its own way. There's certainly vehicles a lot uglier than Shermans. We're not going to name any names, but they start with duck. God, those things are ugly. What if anybody said, no, I'd rather just walk than be seen in a duck? It's got those damn rollers on it. That's a problem. There we go. Now we can see what we're doing. We don't want to run out of this stuff. We gotta mix it. That's a pain in the ass. You like them 401s with the curves? Yeah, there's just something classic about them. I don't think the lines of them are as unattractive as the boring paint jobs tend to be of them. So like the British Shermans always look better because, you know, they're creative. I've already got this. I'm gonna go over it again. Don't roll away from me. Don't you roll away from me. Don't you roll away from me. Don't you be rolling. Damn kid's toy. Don't you be rolling away from me. Rolling and trolling. Where is the turret? Oh, it's up there. And there's something in me. But when I did those armies, those DBA armies with those old figures that nobody cared about, you know, those figures that have been around for ages and nobody gave two thoughts about, I really, really like doing a really good paint job, making something shine that is of poor quality. I'm addicted to that. I mean, well, there's a limit. I mean, it can look like, there are some things that are unfixable. You see that where it's just sputtering a little bit? Just a little bit. See if we can't get rid of that. It worked last time. I googled ugly World War II tank and some Czechoslovakian monstrosity popped up. Oh, I gotta look at that. Czechoslovakia. Well, it's what's it called? Well, it's got to make up for the women, right? Don't they have like beautiful women in Czechoslovakia? Uh, Czechoslovakia, Menstruation, Golunska. Golunska. That sounds Russian. Golunska. Tank. Golunska tank. Oh, that's cute. It is an abortion. That's cute. They have it in World of Tanks. Kolunshka. Matilda 1's pretty friggin' ugly. Looks like one of those. Yep, it sure does. Looks like the, what do you call those things? You have those in the UK, the Pinewood Derby. It's like a Pinewood Derby. Let's see if we can get the spittle out of here. Run some hand sanitizer through there. Matilda 1's pretty ugly. Matilda 2's sexy, I think. You guys Cromwell likers or Cromwell haters? I don't mean the general. I don't mean the historical figure. I mean the tank. You guys like Cromwells or you prefer Shermans? For the Brits. I'm ambivalent. I don't like Cromwells because only a few units used them. So it's limiting. Go away, fly. Don't make me get my racket out. Ooh, you gonna stand there? I'm gonna go grab my racket. Fuck you, fly. You guys get a kick out of this. If it works. We thought this was a gag gift my wife got one time. But this thing really works. It's battery operated like racket. Well, there he is. So what you do is you power this on, and when you get close to like bugs, just you wait. Just you wait. You're gonna get yours. And it's audible when you get zapped. I'm gonna leave it right here. I'm coming for you. We'll open the garage for a moment. We got no food or anything here. Is there not much? Cromwell was your favorite British tank of World War II. Really? Wow. You're not even British. What do you think about putting a white star on it? That's a no-no. You guys know that. I don't like ketchup and I don't like white stars on British vehicles. Or Canadian vehicles. That's just dumb. Now in Italy, they use the roundel. But in Northwest Europe, they use a star. Well, all the ones I paint will be ones that just didn't make it to them. You want to do some with homemade Hessian camouflage. Why not Brunswicker camouflage? You have that article in that War Games magazine where it shows how to make it out of gauze. Looks pretty cool when it's done. Well, you know what? If bringing the racket out here scares you off, that works too. Anyhow. So, we got this clean. I'm going to lose all the pressure if let's see, is there I do not have a knob on here to keep the pressure in there. So, we're going to switch to the 0.2 nozzle, which is a different airbrush. And we'll see if it even works. We'll see if it's a pizza crap, you know. Led to the Centurion via the Comet, so it deserves some credit. The Centurion, if I remember correctly, I'm a fan of the Centurion. The Israelis are similar to This is going to get loud. Are similar to the British in that once they get a hold of a vehicle, they make it look cooler. I love Super Shermans. Super Shermans are the coolest version of a Sherman, without a doubt. I like me some Super Shermans. Okay, but the Centurion, speaking as Israelis, because he used the Centurion for a long time. What are we doing with this? We're doing the chocolate brown. Yes, it's a chocolate brown. The Israelis. Oh, the Centurion is not a fast vehicle. It's a slower than normal vehicle. I mean, a Centurion is kind of a sluggish tank. I mean, it's got a lot of armor. It's a sluggish tank. I mean, I guess maybe the Cromwell led to it because it was a main battle tank concept. I'm ambivalent on how the Centurion looks. I don't hate it. There's different versions of it. I really like the way a Chieftain looks. A Chieftain looks friggin' awesome, especially if it's got that black camo on it. Yeah. Me likes the Chieftain. All right. Yeah, I don't hate this. I don't hate the Cromwell, but it's just limiting on what you do. I'm just not putting a white star on it. It looks wrong. It looks wrong. Just like I wouldn't use a captured Sherman by the Germans. It just looks wrong. I got other things to do. Be bothering myself with that. All right. The Master's airbrush. We'll see. We'll see what this is all about. I expect a massive fail. Well, not a massive fail, but a fail. Let's take this off, and this is a totally different animal. Totally different. Totally, man. Totally. It's one of these things. Oh, Master's airbrushes are plenty good. How about you make your own decision? This came free with the. I see you, Mr. Fly. You still going? Jeez. Yeah, this is not as smooth. Oh, wait a second. The needle's not going all the way through. What the hell's going on here? What's the meaning of this? Okay, there it is. Going all the way through the tip. All right, we got quite a bit of it sticking past through the nozzle. All right. We're going to use chocolate brown. And if this works, this is the airbrush for 0.2. I can't get a 0.2 for my Iwata. As much as I love my Iwata, even though it has nozzles that apparently disappear. But hey, we got around that one. Yeah. You know how I'm going to find it? I'm going to buy another one. $5. Throw $5 on it and it shows up. Ooh, this press point's weird. Oh well. Let's run some airbrush. Well, we need to fire this up. Run some airbrush thinner through here. Anybody use the backs of these things? I always take them off and don't put them back on. Like this thing, what's the point in putting this on? I hope you work great. Okay, I hope you work great. Now I've had enough experience. I'm never going to be worth a damn airbrushing. I'm going to say that. But with that said, I had enough experience that I think that I can do something with this. Oh, we don't need to go that high. We're going to go 25. Man, it's coming through, but not very mucho. Let's take this back off. And then we could just use this for the fine-tuned stuff. Let me dial this back a little bit. A smidge. Centurion had heavy armor though. One of my favorite Cold War tanks is the M103. That thing's a beast. A big nasty. Alright. We got water here. Is that what we're having? The light in here is stabilized a little bit now. Alright. Chocolate brown. We're not going to add any thinner to it. Thank you. We're only going to put 2 drops in there. First of all, I don't have AK thinner. Some people think it makes a difference. I don't know if it does. I'm just telling you, I don't have AK thinner. One, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to splurge with 4. Now, let's get something to practice on. This. I've got plenty of them, just no matter which one we use. This actually needs to go inside. I think I'm just getting water. No, I'm getting spittle. Took half of the tip off. It looks like it's only working when I'm touching the tip. Alright. So maybe we'll try thinning it a little bit, even though I don't have the right thinner. I'll try doing half and half. Conqueror would have been a beast against the JS3. You gotta go, okay. Thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate you. See you tomorrow or the next day. Let's bring it inside the nozzle a little bit. Yeah, that should be where the pressure should be. I'm not getting any bubbles. Masters my ass. Back it up a little more. Getting nothing. All right. Why are you running so much if it's so low? Let's go to 25. Nada. Let's pull it way back. Nothing. As the saying goes, ain't nobody got time for this. Nope, nothing. Okay. Masters airbrush my ass. I'd be tempted. I don't know if Iwata makes an airbrush that can handle with a .2 needle. I mean, I don't really need it. It would just be an opportunity to use it for these little squiggles. All right, well, we're gonna go back to that .35 with the Iwata. I bring shame on my family for dishonor the Japanese brand. Should just stick with the Japanese one. I don't drive anything that's not Japanese, so why should I airbrush anything that's not Japanese? Aha! I don't think I got any paint on my rice burner over there. I'm not really sure what the hell I'm looking at. And like I said, I'm not an expert, but I'm good enough at this that it should have worked for me. Right? I mean, I've done some amazing stuff. I mean, I'm not the best, but I've done some amazing stuff, so like, it shouldn't be this difficult. Or there's obviously a manufacturing problem. Nope. Well, I'm not going to fool with this right now. So we're going to get kind of loud. We'll clean this out later. This is the .35 that's already in there. Perfect. Oh, we got left with a little bit of pressure. I just now realized it's Marcus that was leaving. I thought it was Jeffrey. You guys have a lot of flesh on your icons. You know what I'm talking about. Nothing but face. Okay, so we got no spittle. Good. All right, let's go back to what we know. Maybe Masters isn't made in a country where, you know, they got the shit bombed out of them and straighten their shit right out. I gotta believe I gotta be able to make it work. I gotta believe I gotta be able to make it work. So, but it shouldn't be that difficult. Otherwise, it's definitely a problem. Right. Oh no, we don't need to. Hey, we're not gonna. That's good, right there. That's good right there. Matter of fact, pretty close to 20 should be okay. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that should be enough. And I bet this will work right off the bat. Told you. I just got to get close to it. That's the problem, is sometimes the angle that I have to grab this at is not ideal. I'm going to go ahead and hold on to it here, because, ooh, we got gooey. Okay. Give me a light. It's not great, but this one we're going to do a little bit different. This will turn out really, really good. Or what I had in mind. Well, let's not brag about it till I'm done. Jeez. Oh, we ran out. Okay, well that'll be what it. Let's see. Am I happy with that? Yeah, I'm happy with that. Let's see. Can I get this to where you guys can see? That was much better. I think I get too far away from it. I think that's the problem. I get too far away from it. Well, we'll try to fix that. We'll come back and we'll clean this up with the yellow. How about we do that? Okay. But let's finish this one all the way through. That's all the red we want. Let's go ahead and blow this shit out. And now I know if I see any of that spittling, what I need to do. Run some hand sanitizer through it. Check my phone here. Oh, I could have done the pack 40s as well. Oh well. Tough titty. Let's get this Master's piece of shit airbrush. That's I use his official name. Master's piece of shit airbrush. That's a problem because you buy an airbrush and the next thing you know, like, I'm never gonna get this. Yeah, you're never gonna get this on that airbrush. You know, you got to use one that's like easy to take apart. You know, it's like pistols. If you buy a pistol, it's very difficult to take apart. You're never going to clean it. You know, you're going to be tortured all the time, and then you don't have something that functions reliably. Okay, did I put this stuff back like a dummy? All right, let's use the standard olive grün option 2. I don't know where the hell olive grün option 1 is, but I didn't get the option for that to be included in my set. One, two, three. Just put about that much in there. I bet this will work right off the bat. Yep. All right. Remember, get close. Okay. Do I got that? Okay, yeah. All right. It's such a light color, it's weird. It's so light. It just looks wrong. So light I didn't notice when it was going on. See if I can do anything with this. It just doesn't look right. It just does not look right. It does not look like the right color. It's so damn light. It's so damn light. Let's see if there's something we can do. Oh, no casing on this one? Okay. This one looks better. This dark green. Now, I know from experience that I need to pour this stuff out, or I'm going to get a mixture of the two, and it won't even be noticeable. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this. I'm not a fan of this color. We don't have to get it all out, just enough that it's not going to lighten up this other color very much. And I've used my own green, but I figured, hey, AK should know what the hell they're doing. Should, operative word. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay, still low. Oh, what happened here? It'll look fine when I'm done. I'm trying to do A and I'm getting Q. That's all. Well, that's unfortunate. All right, let's see if I can do this emergency treatment here. Yeah, that worked. Yeah, I'm never going to even be remotely good at this compared to my brush painting. And I can get pretty good results, but the problem is I want to do one thing and I get something different. Even this one's too light. relatively happy with that, because I know that later on how it's going to turn into. Let's try doing the same thing with. Things that move without touching them. Okay, that's better. That's better. Now this, of course, is all going to be concrete, so it's going to be concrete looking. So that's that. Now, let's mess with one of these Pack 40s with that green. I can't get this as small as I want it to be. That's why I was wanting to use that 0.2, but that obviously did not work. Where's the other one? I can't do that. We're going to hand paint those. We're going to hand paint the camouflage on those. All right, we're going to clean this up, and then we're going to call it a morning. Morning? Yeah, still morning. It's time for lunch. It's lunch 30. I'm never going to be even close to my hand painting skills. And that's okay. And it's only a problem because, I want it to look like, I think I want it to look like this, a certain way. Man, I can't get it that way with the airbrush. It'll turn out just fine. I'll be happy with it, and they'll be like, "Wow, man, it looks pretty good." But it's not what I set out to do. So that's a little frustrating. Very minorly frustrating, only because everything else I do pretty much turns out how I want it, or better. Master's airbrush, my ass. Master's my ass. All right, folks, thanks.